Damn, I do love that intro. I really, really do. Good morning, everybody. I hope you all are doing well. Thank you for joining me this early Sunday morning, early like Sunday morning. That is how we are here at Bridge the Divide. So, for anybody new here, I am JL. Appreciate you hanging out with me. This is the Stage of Reason day. This is the third Sunday of the month in which we go over to the Politics Discord at 10 a.m. and we have the Stage of Reason, in which I and a special guest, or maybe one or two, will talk with believers, about various things, whether it be religion or theology itself, or philosophy, science, whatever happens to come up. So, but these are the stages that the stage I do every third Sunday, and I'm just kicking myself because I'm starting to think that I really do need to go live more often. That I probably should be going live more often, and as it stands, because of my current work schedule, I'm only going live like once a month. But occasionally I'll pop onto other people's streams. I've been spending a lot of time over at Breakfast Tacos channel, hanging out with him, talking with Theus over there. Had some pretty good conversations and some pretty bad ones as well. So, but yeah, this is fascinating, and this, because there's so much to talk about. There really is, but it's like crazy. It's craziness out there as we speak. Today is the 21st, and supposedly, we have the rapture coming up on the 23rd or the 24th, depending upon who you listen to. So apparently there's new, because I mentioned it earlier in a short that in my last video, when I was responding to a guy who was making the same claim. Or actually, he was hedging his bets, is what he was really more what he was doing. But apparently that's coming up, So we have that big event that's going to be happening on, I think, Tuesday is when that's going to happen. Tuesday or Wednesday, the rapture will take place. Who knows? But we have that. And then, of course, politics is insane. It's just crazy. So as of right now, it's why I haven't really been talking too much about it, because of all the insanity. Things are going south when someone like me starts agreeing with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Pardon me. When someone like me starts agreeing with Marjorie Taylor Greene, that's how bad it's getting. How when Tucker Carlson starts sounding like he's having a redemption arc, as evil as that individual is. So, but yeah, other than that, it's wild. We're coming into the end of the year. The summer is over. We're starting to get into that wonderful, wonderful fall weather, and of course, winter, my favorite season of all, because we're gonna get the cold and the snow, and it's gonna be just gorgeous. I got a message from Taco. One sec. All right. Just make sure we're good. We're good. I'm certainly looking at myself in the live stream. Okay, I'm just gonna say this. Am I starting to look like Vosh? Okay, is it the beard? Is that what it is? Am I starting to look like Vosh? Somebody tell me in the chat if I am. I was like looking at the angle. Maybe it's the lighting. I know that I don't have hair up here, and he does. But I was looking at the angle and I was like, huh. So weird. It's the beard. Yeah, it's the. I think his beard and my beard are at the same length right now, which is why it looks somewhat similar, a bit. Yeah. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Rodent. Says it's the beard, and Caligong Jigs is a bit, but you still good. Appreciate that. Oh, and the glass. It's the beard and the glasses, But I'm not trying to pull off a Bosch. I really am not. As much as I enjoy his stuff, he's a bit of a doomsayer. But he's a little bit of a doomsayer, but I find his doomsaying rather, relatively entertaining. Especially about the stuff about the First Amendment. That's another big thing going on. First Amendment. What's happening with the First Amendment here in America? What the heck is going on? And it's freaking chaos, So maybe on a day like today, we can have a little bit of fun. We can have some good conversations. Who knows what we'll get on the stage? It's always a kind of a crapshoot. So, but we'll find out. So let's see who we have in the live chat this morning before we kick everything off. And I do have a special guest today, so I'm looking forward to hanging out with them because it's been a minute. I don't want to spoil it. So first and foremost, we have Jessica, the trans metal alchemist, who was first up here and is a new member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Jessica. You rock. I appreciate your support, and of course, enjoy all the custom emojis that I've made for you, and of course, the channel badge. The longer you are a member of this channel, You get the channel badge that increases, changes over time, and I've modeled it after the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands. See what I did there? Yes, I'm never going to get tired of that joke. So thank you, Jessica, for that support. Bob Nodell's Gyroscope is in the house. Says, hey, looks like I'm first in. You were the first in the live chat. First message. Thank you so much, Bob. Wrote no last name. Morning to you. And Calagonchik, good to see you. Oh, appreciate that. Well, yeah. But thank you very much, and Calagonchik. You rock. It's good to see you. I see you over at Breakfast Tacos a lot, so I appreciate your support over there as well. You rule. There's a lot of trolls over there. So a lot of cowardly theists over there that don't want to chat, don't want to chat about what they believe. They definitely won't do what I'm doing. They won't get up there and actually talk about, provide the defense for the hope, provide their defense for the hope that exists within them. Cicero, aka Commander Moist. Oh yeah, Moist. Good to see you, Cicero. Thank you so much for being here. Morning. UKPI, good to see you guys. Hello, people. Hope everyone is well. I am doing fantastically. Apart from all the stuff that's going on, the reason I've been a little bit slow, because unlike June, July, and August, I was pumping content out. But I got invited to be a part of a collab, and that's all I can say right now, because I don't want to spoil anything. But I got invited to be a part of a collab, and I'm very excited about it. But I've been hard at work on that, and that has required a lot of my attention. So like last night I was recording and editing, and then this morning I'm going to do this, and I'm going to go right back into the editing studio and get to work on that. So, but yeah, I'm trying to put my best foot forward. And provide some of the best, leanest, cleanest content that I can make, so I can be a part of this thing. And I'm really looking forward to it. It was just a massive invite that I was not expecting. And I'm like really looking forward to what could potentially come of it. Otherwise, but even if nothing comes of it, just the opportunity to work with some of the people that are there is just really, really awesome. So I'm looking forward to that. I mean, I'm nobody, when it comes to doing this kind of stuff. And so I was kind of like, fanboying, but hopefully it'll be good. Hopefully you all see it soon. But it's pretty massive, and I'm looking forward to getting that out. So I'm still putting out content, just slowly but surely, as I focus on this one. So that's the big thing that's going on right now. The weirdo, currently known as Evans, is good to see you. So I prefer my live streams to begin tallly. Good to see you, weirdo. Appreciate that. Let me see who else we got here in the chat. We Are DNA is here. This is What's Up, JL. Great intro. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Good to see you. We Are DNA. Appreciate that. Also good seeing you over at Breakfast Tacos when I'm putting theist heads up on my wall, up on my mantle. Always a lot of fun. Make sure that we're good over there on Discord, looking solid. I haven't yet. We kick off the stage on Discord, and it's the Politics Discord server. So if you'd like to join us over there, be in the live chat there, or you can come up on stage and talk to me. The link for that is in the description. So Politics Discord. Okay, so you can just check that out. It's just pop in, and if you're not on Discord, you can go through that process. But join the Politics Discord server, and you can pop in and talk to us. And I'm not the only one that does a stage like this. Taco, who is the admin, he actually runs a top of the month stage on the first Sunday of every month. He runs the Theist Helpline. So anybody want? Oh, I think it's the Theist Helpline. And then so you can pop over there and talk to him about that. But that's on the first Sunday of every month. I'm on the third Sunday of every month. We really need to fill out those Sundays, Let's see, who else do we have? Like that. But Jesse Voorhees, Jason's sister, Hey, Jesse's in the chat. He's excited. Good to see you. So the end is nigh when YouTube correctly notifies for a Bridge the Divide live. Awesome, Jesse. Appreciate you being here. Thank you all so much. Yes, thank you. I love that intro. I really do. Just the bass is fire. I'm too old to use terminology like that. I really am. Matt G, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks so much. Appreciate you, Matt G. Says hi, everybody. Appreciate that, and Calagon check. Yes, you were the best part of Taco streams and games. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. I have a lot of fun over there. I really, really do. It's a lot of fun, especially seeing you guys banter back and forth in the chat, and of course the goofballs who just make their claims. So who else do we have here? Says no. Yeah, we already. Nope. You look like jail. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Vash. UKPA says love the Rapture. Was my favorite in Jurassic Park. Nice. There he goes. Doctor Who Design is here. Is it special guest Otangelo? No. no. I mean, if you're familiar, it's like, no. No. No, he will likely never be a special guest. It's just too extreme for me. Bob Dojadisco, well, it's news. It's new. I mean, I was working when the news hit. I got the notification that had happened. I assume it's sad for some people, his kids, which is a shame. That's tragic. No parent should have, no child should, be witness to something as horrific as that. It's terrifying, and the trauma that will follow them. The trauma of seeing that is just awful. I have been. It's weird because a couple of people have mentioned to me that, well, I have voiced over on Taco's channel, because I've been over on his lives a few times when I'm in the middle of doing other stuff, and I've said my piece on the whole like Charlie Kirk thing, and I don't. It's weird because I don't have like this giant opinion. I have an opinion on the perfect storm that led to what happened. Okay. I'm not going to call what happened this great national tragedy. It's not. If anybody is surprised that it happened, they're living in a dream world. Okay. Your head, their head is in the sand. They're shocked. It's like, I am shocked that such a thing happened. When the very same day there was a school shooting going on in Colorado. Okay. When that goes down, I mean, not a state away. There's a school shooting going on when that happens to him. In the day and age that we live right now, for somebody to be as divisive and as bad faith and as with the rhetoric, I'm not even going to say that Kirk believed the rhetoric that he talked about. He could have just been one of the world's greatest trolls, and he was trolling his way to the top. I've seen it happen. This is the political environment. The atmosphere that we currently live in is one in which a troll, could troll their way to the top. Because they could troll their way to riches and glory, which is pretty much what he had done. And whether or not he believed it is irrelevant. The fact that he did it is one thing. That's the thing in and of itself, is that he went out, he did it, he took his path, he chose his path, he went on like that, whatever. We don't, I mean, to label him as being as like one thing or another, whether call him a Yahtzee or call him like something else, blah blah blah, or like a great value Goebbels, which is what I called him. But nonetheless, the political violence is not necessary and should never be necessary. We should be able to solve these issues with discourse, with reasoned discourse. I'm very much an advocate of that. But to play the card, but to act like anyone is shocked that this happened, but to pearl clutch and be like, I can't believe this happened in this nation. They got their head in the sand. When it happened, I was neither surprised nor outraged, because, I mean, how could I be? How could anyone? I mean, come on. So nonetheless, like I said, things are insane. And then of course, our government right now thinking about making a Charlie Kirk Day as like an official federally recognized day, like Columbus Day or Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Yeah, good. Civil rights movement. Great. I know he had character flaws in there, but like what human doesn't. But nonetheless, giving Charlie Kirk a day. He was an influencer. He was a podcaster. That's what he was. He wasn't a dignitary. He wasn't a part of any like grand national movement. He fostered hate, division, and had divisive rhetoric and hateful rhetoric, and said some really, really abhorrent and cruel things. Just absolutely inhuman shit. And yet he's going to get, well, I mean, Columbus still has a day. So that's actually not surprising here in America. So, but I don't have much of a huge giant opinion on what happened to him. I abhor the tragedy that is going to befall his children when it's explained to them why he died and the indoctrination that's going to take place and the lies that will be told them. And then when they eventually grow up and they actually get a handle on it, they're going to have to reconcile the reality of what their father did with and how his death is a result of his own actions. So with all the lies that their mother and that the media and everyone around them is going to tell them. So it's a shit show, to be sure. It is an absolute shit show. Okay, that shouldn't have happened, but we can't honestly be surprised that it did. We can't be like, oh, clutch my pearls. They're not in this day and age. Think of the children. No, it's just not going to happen. So either way, I wasn't impressed by the guy. I saw him get schooled time and time again in debate. He was awful. He was terrible. He was bad faith. He didn't offer anything. He didn't bring anything to the table except just mindless rhetoric to appeal to a base that is as mindlessly ignorant as he is. So, or as he feigned to be, or as he presented himself. Either way. So, Otherwise, I have no reason to get my panties in a knicker over some radicalized douchebag who was radicalized because of the perfect storm that Charlie Kirk was a part of creating, getting turned into a Pez dispenser. Just, I don't give it. I honestly couldn't care. Let me see here. Who else do we have? Vegan World Order's here. Says, would you be game to talk to me about consciousness? I'm a big fan of Chalmers, and I think his arguments are, if not, sounds at the very least interesting. Sure. If you want to come up on the stage, we can chat about that. We kick off in about 8 minutes. We're going to talk about, we can talk about pretty much everything. The hard problem with consciousness, obviously, I side more with like Dennett's side and where the evidence goes and not making, certain assumptions about the ontological nature of things. So, because I don't think that they're justified. There's no justification in making them. So rational justification at all. So feel free. You can pop over and politics Discord, stage for reason 2. You'll see the room. We'll be live and you can pop in and talk. Just get in the queue and then we'll bring you up. Let's see. Who else do we have? Rembrandt 972 is here. Staging reason again. You fiend. Yep. Staging reason again. That's what I do. Raven Darkster says, you bloody young puppy. You're not old. That's probably because I was like, guys, I'm too old to use that term. Let me see. Wicked Path. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate you. Weirdo, currently known as Evan. Hearing people call him brilliant afterward kind of disturbed me. Like, definitely not something to celebrate, but the only thing he was brilliant at was spewing hate. True, he was. And he was murderer. No, he wasn't. He wasn't a radicalized leftist. Super J. His family's confirmed. He espoused some ideas, yes, but no one has confirmed that he was left-leaning, okay, or whatever reason. From all in now, while there's and let's not spell. Let's try not to speculate, but what we have been able to confirm, or what we are, because you and I are not boots on the ground. We're not the FBI doing the investigation, even though Kash Patel would probably cover up whatever. They're doing everything they can to make it look like he's not right affiliated. So as little as we know, the best that we could possibly speculate, given the evidence that we have, is that this looks like an internet radicalized, what they would call, I think, a Nick Fuentes follower, a Groiper, versus the Charlie Kirk camp. So this is because Fuentes is as equally responsible for the perfect storm, for adding to the storm, for creating the two of the major elements that came in was Fuentes' rhetoric and Kirk's rhetoric. Okay. And in the killer's own words, in Robinson's own words, he said that he was sick and tired of the hate. Okay. But he could be a conservative, or he could be conservative minded or right leaning and still do that. He wasn't as extreme. That doesn't make him a leftist. And he wasn't, and there's no confirmation that he was. So trying to say which side he was ultimately on when he himself has not said, trying to speculate, given what the FBI under Kash Patel is willing to release, the dude is going to get up there on the stage bug-eyed and say to Charlie Kirk, I'll see you in Valhalla. Really? So nonetheless, I take it with a grain of salt. When sourced information, when we can find out what happened, which there's even the possibility that we may never actually know unless we get Robinson in court and he doesn't get Jack Rubied, and we get Robinson in court and he is able to express these things in his own words. But even then, he may just keep his mouth shut and his lawyer will do all the talking. Who knows? Okay. Think about how big Luigi was when that went down. How much have you heard about Luigi since? I mean, especially, other than the fact that the biggest news was there was a judge, one of the judges in the case dismissed 2 of the federal terrorist charges against him. That they threw those charges out, that they were not applicable in this case. So other than that, what have we heard? Okay, it's one big shit. It's just one shit show to the next, keeping us all distracted from what we should be looking at. So I'm not going to say that he was a radicalized leftist. I'm not going to say he's a radicalized right-leaning. He could have been dead center. I don't know. The kid hasn't said. But we're definitely not going to speculate from Discord messages and shit that's being presented like second and third hand. Okay, so trying to saddle that kind of responsibility, I think, is irresponsible and potentially dangerous. All right, we go with what we know. And at best, given the information and given the language utilized and given his released internet history, this looks like it was Groyper on Kirk violence. Maybe. I'm not even saying that that's an absolute, but that's what it's looking like. So let's wait till all the facts are in before we start labeling anything, especially in such a chaotic scenario. You know, so a bit tragic, but he. And Calagonchik says a bit tragic, but you know how believers believe, so it's not surprising. Absolutely, it's not surprising. So you are a radical saying murderer of a man just wanting to talk. Okay, so I'm not saying, okay, hold on a sec. I'm saying that he was, and I'm saying that I abhor it because I abhor political violence. It's not necessary, and we can solve these things with political discourse. The problem is that we can't be surprised. If we sit here and pearl clutch about the event taking place when we know full well that such events will occur in the kind of political firestorm that is being created by such individuals, if you believe for a second that Charlie Kirk was not complicit in any way in his own death, that's just, your head is in the sand. I'm sorry, I'm just going to call it out. He fed the fire that ultimately produced individuals that will do these things. Okay? That rhetoric is what leads to this. You get either mentally unstable or deeply uneducated individuals who spend way too much time on the internet and not enough time actually educating themselves, and that you will pop out eventually one psychopath or one sociopath or one deeply disturbed individual who will go out and do this crap. It's going to happen. So if you think that he wasn't complicit in any way in his own death, he fed that fire. That's all. That's on Kirk. So thank you, weirdo. Appreciate that. Let's use speculation with radical disregard. That's cute. Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate that. It's going to happen. It'll happen if you speak out against the right, because the vast majority, like over 80% of political violence, is taken on behalf of are all right. They're all right-leaning. They're all right conservatives or extreme right extreme right conservatives. Conservatives are predominantly 80. Like I think the finding was 83%. Okay, so you can't deny that. The vast majority are conservatives. This is the way it is. This is irrefutable. That's why the Trump administration destroyed that information, but it got out because, you can't defeat the internet. All right, looks like we're about to go live. Here we go. Let's fire. Oh, am I already fired up? Hang on a sec. Oh, wait. Am I live right now? I don't see myself. Oh, I'm on push to talk. Whoop. Yep, I'm on push to talk. I got to fix that. I hate that. That's crazy. All right. Let's escape that. I think everybody can hear me now. Yes. Ooh, look at all these people in the chat. And hopefully my guest is here as well. There. And let's get this up on stage because we're ready to start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. How are you?
I'm fabulous. How are you?
I'm good. Hanging out. Hey, everybody in the live chat. Oh, Boomer, thank you so much for being a member of the Godless Army for 47 months. Do appreciate the support there, Chief. Thank you very, very much. Chris, good to see you as well. Appreciate you hanging out. And Crow Many Clouds, good to see you as well. Thank you so much for being here. Let me make sure I've got my stage all set. There we go. All set. Ooh, bunch of people in chat. Bunch of people here. Good to see a lot of new faces, everything. And Earl, how are you doing? How have you been? It's been a minute and a half.
I know. It has been a minute. I'm good.
Excellent.
The world turns.
Yes, it certainly does. Indifferent to our plight, to the plights of these people, of us. But it's wild out there. It is wild and wacky. And I'm trying to keep as positive a face on it as possible. And so give me 1 second. Azo Teddy Bear, thank you so much for the 34 months of support, for being a member of the Godless Army. I do appreciate that. Raven Darkstar, good to see you as well. And oh yeah, Kimmel being fired is a bigger tragedy than some twit being shot. Yeah, I agree with that. I really do. Wicked Pissa, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Jeff C as well. Appreciate you hanging out. All right, we're going to kick off this stage, and I have a bunch of amazing people here in the live chat here on the Discord. And any milestone chats or super chats that come through, I'm going to read those towards the end, or if we get a natural break. So those things are starred for me, so I will see them. So if those come in, don't worry, I'm not going to miss them, but I will see it. So let's dive into this. So I have been looking forward to this one. I haven't sat down with Earl in a while to have these chats. We got some people already with their hands up. Let me see. Who else do we have? Who do we have? Okay, for anybody who's new here on the Discord stage, this is the Stage of Reason. I do this every third Sunday of the month, and we talk to believers about what they believe and why. We talk about all kinds of stuff: philosophy, religion, theology, physics, science in general, all kinds of stuff. So we can do pretty much whatever. So if you have any questions, I am a non-believer. I would say that Earl is as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so if you have any questions for us, we can answer those questions, or we can discourse on your worldview as well and dive into that kind of thing. So let's see. Without further ado, we do have one person. Let me see. Who is it? Oh, okay. So no. Why is it the first person's got to be someone who's a troll? Why is that going to be the case? I swear. Okay, so I really don't want to start it off with a shit show. I really don't, because it's just going to be questions about the problem of induction, and it's just going to be, question about the problem of induction, or some sort of shit about Fodor's crap about evolution. Yeah, it's just debunked crap. That's all it's going to be, because that's all it's been for the past 2 years. So. Because that's what the individual has been chasing me around with for years. Okay, it's just been the problem. Like, the problem of induction is not the problem that he thinks it is, and Fodor's takes on natural selection have been completely debunked by evolutionary biology. It's only those two things. Okay, it's been debunked, and it's not a conversation that I'm interested in having, because I've already had it. He was over on Breakfast Tacos channels, and he got wrecked over there. So. Like I said, I've had the conversation like 9 times. I was like, it's been going on. He's been chasing me around looking to try and have this conversation. This is why I haven't blocked. Okay, because he was just coming after me just unnecessarily. I hate. If I can get a non-troll hand up, that would be fantastic.
Anybody?
Okay, so come on, give him a chance. It's like, oh, and not likely, Andrew. Hashtag not likely. Thank you very much, Andrew. Hashtag not likely. Hey, 50. It was Bryce, you got wrecked on Breakfast Tacos. Too early for that. You 50, come on up. Or you don't know, or 50 is talking to. Oh, 50 is talking to or 50. Are you talking to Lols? Is Lols, Billy, Bellop? He goes by a number of different names. Because he got wrecked on Breakfast Tacos. Oh yeah, he's talking to her. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, he got absolutely destroyed. I didn't even need to come up. He went on Breakfast Tacos deliberately to call me out. Like, I was in the live chat. I was working, but I was listening, and I was in the live chat just kind of responding. And he went on there just to say, "Hey, JL, he's wrong about this," and it was like blah blah. And so, but there were other people on the stage, and they're like, "Well, why don't you talk to us?" It's like, so it's. Rodent OS name. Good friend. Let's bring Rodent up. Haven't talked to Rodent in a hot minute because I have been freaking busy and so and I've just been, I've like on Discord itself, I just haven't been present on Discord like I should be. Rodent, how are you doing?
I think I'm on press to talk. Am I coming through?
You are coming through. We can hear you.
Crap. Oh, excellent. I'm not on press to talk. I just wanted to bring up a point because it's kind of in line with the religiosity of the show. The reason that political violence is bad is it creates martyrs. And Charlie Kirk is a perfect example of that.
Right. I agree with that. Yeah.
100% agree.
And they are.
I mean, if
like
he was allowed.
Well, they're and the fact that the fact that the members of the I guess of the right of the administration are putting him up as a martyr as we speak is just like gross. Yeah.
Yeah. If he would been allowed to continue to exercise his First Amendment rights, he would continue to say stupid and ignorant and bad things and would just slowly go into obscurity.
Yeah, his views on women were pretty vile.
Yeah, and the right is desperately trying to spackle over all of his bad stuff to hold him up as a martyr.
Yeah, it's grotesque. When I heard that they were proposing that I think because it's got to pass the Senate, but or it's got to pass Congress, but they were putting up like a potential Charlie Kirk Day, and like I said before, it's not terribly shocking. I mean, we still have a Columbus Day, so I guess creating days for truly horrifying and hateful individuals is what we do. So, but nonetheless, I digress. I mean,
there are some religious wackos that are starting to say that he is biblical and should be considered a prophet. I mean, this is the bad stuff that happens when political violence rears its ugly head.
Yikes!
Freaking gross.
Anyway, that's all I had to say. Just wanted to kick it off on something that's relevant.
Appreciate it, Rodent. Definitely.
Thank you.
What is this? So said Charlie Kirk is a prophet. Oh, prophet, Profit. Yeah, exactly. If you go on Truth Social, like right now, there are ivermectin ads with Charlie Kirk's face on them.
Gosh.
So yeah, it's totally a grift. Totally a grift. It's like they're just, yeah.
I wouldn't doubt that there'll be Catholic candles with him as a saint, by next week. I kind of almost want to make those only with the bullet wound, or is that going too far?
I think the Charlie Kirk Memorial Pez dispenser would be the best way that we can remember him, because he was turned into a Pez.
I think the funniest meme I saw was the Turning Points logo, only it says Hollow Point. Ow!
Ouch.
Ooh,
it stings. Gonna need some aloe for that burn.
In more ways than one.
All right, looks like
anyway, have a good show.
Thank you, Rod. You have a great one, bud. Take care. All right. We got some other people with their hands up. Lux Noctris. First time on the stage. I always like to prioritize new people on the stage, and of course, believers as well. So, Lux, welcome to the stage.
Hello. Thank you very much for having me, my friend. How is everyone doing?
We're doing good.
Fabulous.
Doing good. Excellent. Are you a believer, non-believer? What do you got for us today?
Well, it's not a religious topic. It's actually political. It is. I want to because the other guy was talking about Charlie Kirk,
right?
So I just want to ask something about this after what's happening. Like, do you think the United States is creeping towards like a civil war, like not like blue versus gray uniforms, but in the sense of political polarizations, like armed militaries and like a social breakdown?
The right would definitely tell you that we are.
And yeah, the right will definitely say we are. Here's the kicker. Here's like the giant kicker, is that the vast majority of people in this country, I don't think. Okay, let me start with this. I don't think we will ever see a civil war like we did, like the country did back, back in the 1800s. I don't think we're ever going to see anything like that. Okay, it's just no,
Yeah.
our infrastructure just simply won't allow it. All right. I think what we would see is internal squabbles, but the vast majority of people simply not being able to be a part of it or choosing to not be a part of it by prioritizing other things. We've gotten to a point in this kind of end stage capitalism position that we're in that if something were to break out, like something major were to break out, the vast majority of people are too desperate and working hand to mouth and like living hand to mouth, paycheck to paycheck, desperately trying to stay up on their bills, keep their kids fed like that. They're going to prioritize that. They will rather prioritize keeping their families fed, housed, and clothed than fighting for the rights that are literally the foundations of this nation. They will take the loss of those rights for the security of keeping their family safe. So they simply won't fight because they can't. They don't have time. They don't have they don't have the resources. What are they going to do? What are they going to bring to the fight? The bank will take your home whether you're on the front or not. So,
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, like you personally, do you think that America is like more divided now than it wasn't like in the 1960s, or is that just like social media making it
I think that's
look
social
worse?
media. Yeah, I think that's actually social media is putting. So I think social media puts a negative, like makes it look bigger than it actually is because we have access to it all the time. It's a 24-hour news cycle. Thanks post 9/11, and now everything is blown out of proportion in order to attract viewers, in order to get ad dollars. I think that when you get boots on the ground and you're actually out there talking to people, I do not think it is as extreme as social media. Some areas of social media would have you believe. So I don't think so. But that doesn't mean that social media is not going to produce extreme radicals that are going to go out and do things that they wouldn't have done had the social media not done that, not pushed them to do that.
All right, great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for having me on the stage. I really appreciate the space and time, and wishing you all a great rest of the day.
Oh, thank you.
It.
Appreciate that. All right. Thank you, Lux. Do appreciate that. I always like seeing new people. Yeah, it's I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know what's going to happen in the coming years. It could just be like, the ebb and flow of just political, discourse. It just goes up, it goes down, it gets hot, it gets cold, whatever. I have no idea. There could be.
Then you get idiots. You get idiots on Fox News who say, that homeless people need to get poo-pooed.
Yes.
And and then some asshole actually goes and does that. But nobody talks about that,
Right. And then we got Raven Darkster says a civil war, no. A second revolutionary war, yes. And I would say that's possible. It could happen.
Yeah.
But it takes some pretty extreme circumstances to get us to that. You look at the circumstances that led to the things that what happened in France, with Robespierre and then the reign of terror and the French Revolution. The circumstances that led into that were so extreme, that the disparity was so beyond the pale that eventually people were just so desperate they just had nothing left to lose, and then they went and did it. It would take a lot to get Americans to that point because we do have so many. Go ahead.
Because we're lazy.
Yeah, that and we have so many social systems that we could fall back as long as the minimal amount is met. We'll always have something to get people. In France, people were living in the streets with no food, hadn't eaten for days, barely potable water, and just living in their own filth while the aristocracy was in there. Louis and Marie and all that were doing their thing behind in their little gilded cage behind gates where nobody could get at them. It's kind of like it became the disparity was so enormous that eventually people just like, whatever, it's better. It's either this or death, and death is preferable. So they'll go out and they'll do it. It'll take a lot to get Americans to that point. I think it would.
Right.
We can be so easily placated. Just put a new set of fake knockers up on reality TV and you're good to go. Let's see who we have next. We've got Zen. Let's bring Zen up. Your moment of Zen.
Hey, I got a question. It's not that Zen, But how are you doing, Warren?
I'm good, dude. How are you doing? It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a few months at least. Yeah, I hope you and your family is doing good.
Yeah, we're doing good, doing excellent. My wife is doing great. I'm doing good. Channel's chugging along. I got a big project coming up, a big collab coming up with some other creators. It's gonna be a lot of fun. But yeah, just been working my ass off. That's why I haven't been on Discord as much, because I've just been focusing on content, and with a big project, my focus is all there. So I just haven't been on Discord in a bit. But it's good to see you.
Thanks. Same here. So basically, my question is just like, what do you think is the breaking point? Like, how long do you think the left, or just overall, like the American people, are supposed to like pretend that dialogue is like a solution when the MAGA movement is actively like rejecting democratic norms, or like spreading election denial, and increasingly like is leaning toward like fascist rhetoric, explicitly, of course. Like at some point, don't you think and like insisting on diplomacy is just enabling a group that's like more openly trying to destroy the system? So what's the breaking point?
That's difficult to say. I think that either people in this country typically respond greater to actions than they do to rhetoric. So if military action were taken against a city or a state that resulted in the loss of lives, either civilian or local law enforcement, that would be big. The military and or National Guard breaking with the presidency and outright, like if an arm of the the armed forces refused to follow orders, that would be huge. Or just the straight up burning of the Constitution. Like,
did you see the like the 404 error page on the Constitution?
What do you think?
It's not
Earl?
exactly the same.
Earl, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think the breaking point would be?
If we're talking about like a breaking point to like get to a state of like civil unrest or like violence, I'd probably agree that like it'd be the same thing, like active violence just like erupts against like some form of authority like ICE, or maybe like the National Guard, or like the other way around, right? Like the National Guard or ICE starts like accidentally or like killing people. I think like a case like George Floyd, like we've seen, we can infer that like violence could erupt from a case like that if that were to happen, potentially. But in terms of restoration, I'm starting to feel like it's becoming more and more unlikely that we're gonna get to a point where we can restore some sort of like normality to democracy in America.
It would be tough. What do you think, Earl? Are you there?
Yeah.
What do you think a breaking point would be? Like a big breaking point that would actually incite change?
Honestly, it's like you said, it's really hard to say. When this happened and I saw the video, I honestly thought this was going to be a breaking point. The right has now become the party of my fifis don't care about your facts.
Right.
I learned very fast during the election that you can say all of the real shit that's happening and they will not believe you. It doesn't matter how many facts you bring. If it doesn't feel right to them, then they are not going to believe it. And they legitimately do not live in the same reality as the rest of us.
Right.
And until because I'm not one of them, when their reality reaches a point, that's when stuff's going to go down, because the left has made the mistake of thinking that the right is they're just stupid, and that they're that we don't need to worry about this because they're just stupid. And I think that's a very grave mistake that the left has made. Because they lots of them maybe are stupid, but the left has made their rhetoric around this, where, I mean, I personally haven't even seen where they're saying that, you know, the left is glorifying his death or whatever. Like, I personally haven't even seen that anywhere. But that's what I mean. They keep making up, like, they make up this reality, and because I can't get into their head, it's going to be on them.
Right. Well, hopefully
But there's this.
hopefully,
sorry,
yeah, there's no problem. Well, hopefully, and this is because it's brought up, because somebody in my live chat brought it up. I want to make sure that they get credit for that because it's important. Anonymous Pie, good to see you, but brings up Kent State #2. And if those who don't recall, or those who've never heard of it, that was in 1970 when the Kent State Massacre took place. And that was when the Ohio National Guard opened fire on unarmed protesters who were individuals who were protesting the Vietnam War, and resulted in killing 4 people and wounding 9. But when the National Guard was deployed in order to maintain security or maintain the protest, they wound up opening fire on unarmed student protesters, and deaths engaged. And that was I think that could be argued was a flashpoint moment when all of a sudden protests were in the national spotlight. Free speech became a huge thing. It resulted in enormous civil unrest and backlash against the government. So I don't want another event like that to take place, but I mean, it's possible. Given what given what the government is doing, deploying the National Guard in this way, as opposed to having them like picking up trash in DC, which is what they're doing. So, which is what they're doing there. But threatening like Chicago, threatening Memphis, threatening California with this, when ignoring Republican cities that have, or like conservative Republican leaning cities or Republican cities that have in like much higher crime rates. We can see it's obviously all bullshit. It's all just like for political points. It's all it's whatever it is. It's just bullshit. So nonetheless, I honestly don't know what it would take to wake Americans up, or what would trigger some kind of next revolution, or what would trigger any kind of action from the American populace against the government. I don't know what that would be, but I do know that if it happens, it's going to be very, very ugly. It's going to be gross, because the people living in America today, having that kind of like fighting in the streets outside your house, seeing that in the streets, they walk out on the street in middle America, suburbia, and it's like, it's idyllic. This is it's like whatever. Now imagine in a war zone.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, we take the that we're able to walk around relatively safely. We take that for granted in a big way.
Right. So I don't know. Well, Zen, I got a few more people with their hands up. Anything else for us today?
Well, no, I'll leave the other people. I'll just raise my hand later if I want to bring it up.
Cool. Well, I appreciate you popping up. Thank you, bud. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
All right. Let's bring up our next person, Toby, who is back from the labyrinth. Okay, somebody got it. Yay. Toby, how's it going?
So, do you have any good reasons to be?
Oh, sec. I'm trying to something up with your audio. You're muted right now.
Yeah, do you have any good reasons to believe atheism is true?
Oh, okay. Or wait, are you on push to talk? Or
Nope.
Okay, you just keep muting. So okay, so I just want to make sure that your audio is good. All right. So, if I may start off by saying it's a bit of a malformed question, because atheism is the position that I have because I am not convinced of the truth of the proposition. All right. Nothing is right. Exactly. So if atheism is true for me. It's true because atheism describes an individual who does not have the belief in a God, does not believe that the proposition is true, is not convinced that the proposition is true, but, does not believe that gods exist. And if that statement is true for an individual, then atheism is true for that person. Now, if you are talking about the worldview, like how is it that no God can exist? That's a different question. So it's not about is atheism true, is the non-theistic worldview true? You get what I'm saying? Because atheism is not a comprehensive worldview.
Yeah, when I ask that question, what I'm trying to get at is there any way to demonstrate the belief God warranted?
You're breaking up, dude.
1 second. Oh yeah, you could just prove that the no God worldview is false then, maybe.
Well, you'd have to demonstrate that a God exists before you could do that. Because just like defining
I don't need to demonstrate God exists.
Well, just
you
like
think reductive absurdum is reductive absurdum just assume the thing exists. It didn't prove the thing exists. What the hell?
So
I can't.
we're having trouble understanding you because you were kind of like your audio's messing up or your mic is messing up and you're kind of like jumping over yourself. So
sorry. Yeah, what I was trying to say was I don't think you would need to prove thing exists because what you would really need to do is just demonstrate that if this thing was to exist, there'll be some sort of contradiction. Or if you don't hold some classical view, if this thing was to exist, it would be the current phenomenon would be unexpected. Those are two good ways to justify non-belief in God.
What's the P not P in a God not existing?
Why are you asking me? I'm asking you that question. Stop burden shit.
There is no logical contradiction in a God not existing. So I'm asking
Did
you.
I say that? Did I say that's the case?
Well, you said by showing the contradiction.
Have I made any claims so far? I'm just asking you a question.
You said by showing the contradiction in
you
a
keep
God not existing.
Shifting.
I'm not burden shifting.
Yes, I'm just giving you a way. I'm giving you a way of demonstrating something doesn't actually exist.
Okay.
It's burden shifting to me.
Okay, well, so a God entity is not necessarily confined to one simple definition. There are definitions of God that are themselves logically contradictory, and we know that those gods don't exist as a result. But there are some God concepts that are completely within the realm of logical possibility. They're just unfalsifiable. So there's no rational justification to believe that they exist.
I mean, I don't really know what you mean unfalsifiable. It's like Karl Popper's view on falsifiability. I mean, what view are you holding?
Well, I'm saying that it can either be determined to be true or false.
Okay, so Karl Popper's view. Then why would we care if it's unfalsifiable? Can you explain?
Because if you can't determine if the proposition is true or false, then taking a position on it would be irrational. You'd be unjustified in taking a position because you wouldn't have any justification for taking either position.
To be clear, all that warrant is agnosticism. That's fine.
Well, that's a knowledge claim, but that's a knowledge claim. Whereas we're talking about belief claims.
Agnosticism is a knowledge claim?
Yeah, because agnostic goes to knowledge, yes, that which we know. Whereas atheism goes towards the belief. So technically, when it comes to like deism, like classical deism, I would be an agnostic atheist. But when it comes to like when it comes to the Christian Abrahamic God, I am a Gnostic atheist because I know that it doesn't exist. Therefore, I don't believe that it does.
I should clarify my terms.
Okay.
So when I say agnostic, all I mean is one just has like a neutral doxastic attitude towards a proposition, which means they suspend belief in a proposition. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I'm telling you that I don't believe it. Therefore, I don't know. So I don't know it. I don't know it. Therefore, I am agnostic to it. I do not possess knowledge.
To be clear,
I do not. You got to let me finish, dude. I don't possess knowledge as to whether it is true or false. So therefore, it is unfalsifiable. I do not know either. I am agnostic to it. Whereas I don't believe it. Therefore, I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. Whereas I don't believe it. Therefore, I am an atheist. There's nothing complicated about this. So, are you here to present evidence that such a thing exists? Is that what you're arguing for? Because I'm trying to keep the I'm trying to keep the I'm trying to get that I'm trying to keep
everyone can see a burden.
I'm trying to keep
You're interrupting me because
I'm trying to keep the conversation moving forward. Okay? So, do you have a position to defend or not? Go ahead.
No, you're not. You're just trying to burden shift.
I'm not burden shifting. I'm not making a claim.
Do you have any good reasons to hold to atheism?
I'm not burden shifting because I'm not making a claim. Okay? I'm making claims about myself. I'm making claims about myself as I self-identify. And I will make a claim
Can you substantiate the
and I will make a claim regarding certain gods. What do you have to present?
To say you disbelieve in a God is going to imply you have some reason to disbelieve. So
Yes.
what is the reason?
It's unjustified. There's no rational
obviously to say
justification.
it's
There is no rational justification for believing that the proposition is true.
Yeah, that's just going to word agnosticism under my semantics, right? Because to say you
It's
believe
also
something
belief.
rationally
It
is
also
going to
covers
imply...
belief. There's no rational justification to believe that the proposition is true. Done.
Yeah, that's why.
Period.
Wait, why would that? Okay. Yeah, okay. So to say that doesn't warrant belief, why would that follow from there? That also warrants disbelief. Why would that follow?
Oh, because okay, so there's no justification to believe it. Therefore, you would believe it was not true.
No.
Oh, you could take it. No. You
I'm
could.
asking how
Okay,
that
no.
follows.
Hold up. Let me clarify. That depends upon the God we're talking about. Okay. So that
Yeah, let's just say
that would
there's a
have to be
God that's
taken out piecemeal,
unjustified.
which is why I told you, I explained to you the agnostic atheist position and the Gnostic atheist position.
You've literally just said you're talking about a God that just can't be justified or hasn't just also unfalsifiable. That's fine. So that can't be justified, so it doesn't warrant belief. So what the inference you're making, the conditional is, if X doesn't warrant belief, then X warrants this. Why would that follow? I'm asking how that follows.
What's the difference?
Well, no. If the God is if the God is defined as being a logic, if the God is defined in a logically contradictory way, that would entail disbelief. But if it is not, then you could just take the agnostic position on it. I go one step further because my epistemic standard is a bit more stringent than other people. But that's just me. I don't expect everybody to hold to the same standard that I do. I just hold myself to an extremely strict standard. Okay? My philosophy of truth is extremely rigorous. So, but I don't expect everyone to have the same to uphold the same as I do. So, do you have something to present, or like something like a position to defend, or what are we doing here?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so are you arguing for the existence of a God, or?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, so what God do you believe in?
Christian God, I can prove that.
Okay, so how do you demonstrate? Okay, so can you demonstrate that your God exists independently of mind and context without begging the question?
Yeah, I use. So,
but that would make it analytically true because you're defining it into existence.
That wouldn't. What? It could be synthetically true. What are you talking?
It's not unless you can demonstrate that the ontological
assumption. Unless you can demonstrate that the
ontological assumptions you're making about the concepts are in fact the case.
Yeah, we can do that as well, for sure.
Sure. Okay. So, what is your syllogism?
Yep. So, premise one: for all x, if x has a transitive relation with properties z and y, then x numerically z and y. Premise two.
Okay, you're laughing. So this is trash. All right. So he's a troll. He knows it's crap, and that was just easy. So yeah, I like them when they're easy.
I kind of figured that was going to be where that was headed. Just
kind of pointless.
Philosophical.
The minute he starts laughing into syllogism, I mean that's when you know. So I appreciate another terrible representative of the faith coming up. Tom's Takes is up. Hand up. Tom's Takes. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for your patience. I do appreciate it.
Thank you for having me up here. I got a really simple question. What do you think the chances are of Trump giving shoot-to-kill orders to the National Guard in these cities that he's sending them into?
I mean, he's kind of done that in the past already, with being able to shoot protesters.
Okay. I can tell you, I don't know what the odds of it would be. Probably higher than I would like. But I will say that if he did it, I would not be surprised. It would not shock me at all. Like, nothing this administration could do would blow my mind at any point at this time. There could be footage.
I mean, didn't DeSantis already say that you could, run over protesters? I mean, didn't he already do that in Florida?
So what?
DeSantis,
you're allowed to run over protesters?
Yeah, that's basically what DeSantis put into law.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Easy enough.
Let me see this. DeSantis says Florida drivers can hit protesters to flee for your safety. So all you have to do, so basically it's kind of like a stand your ground against protesters. So if you feel that the protesters are encroaching on your safety, you can floor it. You can just run them over.
Yep.
Wow.
Wasn't pulling that one out of my ass. It's
DeSantis says protesters on roadways can be run over by drivers. Wow.
Yep.
If the individual claims that they were in fear for their life. That's
right.
That's just wild. That's
a pretty
wild.
low bar.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Is it really stand your ground when you're driving? That's a good point, Andrew.
Right.
That's a very good point. It really is.
Yep.
So, man. So, okay, well, it hasn't been too bad. I avoided one troll, but I got snared by another one because I hadn't seen him. I had interacted with, or I hadn't seen him before, but it happens. Zen's got their hand up. Let's bring Zen back up while seeing anybody else. Any theists out there, any believers, please feel free. Come on. This is your opportunity to come in and take an atheist to task or ask questions or discourse about worldviews or whatever you want to talk about. So let's bring Zen back up. Welcome back, Zen.
Hello again.
Hello. Well, actually, I'd like to ask you a follow-up question on the topic that was just brought up regarding the National Guard as possible, like given rights to kill KOS, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
What if that were to happen? What do you think the people should do?
I think that Democrats need to get real comfy with weapons.
I think the people should openly revolt. Like openly
Yeah.
revolt. Like French. I mean, if you want to, I mean, when it comes down to it, I think that we're eventually going to get to the point where the only thing that will solve it will be a French Revolution style, breaking out the guillotines and getting shit done. Now, that's only because cutting out the tumor is sometimes the only course of action you have. Okay, I wish it didn't have to happen, but complacency and cronyism and end-stage capitalism is leading us to this point. All right, right. And I mean, who was it? I can't remember the name of the billionaire who went on stage, who did a TED Talk. And it was some years ago, maybe over a decade ago. And he saw the forest for the trees. He saw where the path was leading. And he gave the stark warning that when the shit really hits the fan, it won't be the politicians, the lawyers, or the police, or anybody that the public comes for. It will be the billionaires that will be dragged out in chains and hung from bridges as examples of what happens when you hoard from the rest of the people and leave them to starve. It will be the French Revolution all over again. The aristocracy versus the haves versus the have-nots. No matter what side you are on the political divide, okay, know that they don't give a shit. The people up there don't care. They don't. They're interested in self-enrichment. That's what they're interested in. That's the way it's been for a long, long time. We have had good politicians. We have had bad politicians. More bad than good, unfortunately, because sweet lies sell better than harsh truths. But ultimately, I think it will get to that point where people are eating when people get to the point where they're eating cockroaches and crickets in the street to stay alive. You know, scrounging because they've lost their homes, and like the homelessness is at its absolute peak and joblessness is at its absolute peak. And these motherfuckers are sitting up looking like, you know, they're starring in the menu. The system will burn. It invariably will happen. I don't know if it will happen in my lifetime. I hope that it doesn't, you know, but if it does, you know, let them eat cock. Yeah, I realized I was at cockroaches, then I thought crickets and I backed off, but you know, when that shit is going on, I mean, when it's looking like fucking Snowpiercer, there's only one way to go, and that's towards the front of the train. You know? So
yeah, let's hope it doesn't get to that. Leading up question just to that, what would you expect allied and enemy countries to act like? How would they act, do you think? In the case where there's like an actual civil war like that.
That's hard to say. With so much conflict going on, America collapsing into its own problem is going to open up a lot of issues abroad, because we won't be able to divide our attention between the insanity at home and preventing the insanity abroad, like China hitting Taiwan, or conflict in Tibet, or what's going on in Ukraine. Or whatever stuff, wherever we are, that we are maintaining some level of civility and make sure that open craziness doesn't just break out. We fall into absolute chaos. Who knows what's going to happen? But there will be actors, I think, state actors, that will take advantage of that on the global scale. There will be people, opportunists, who will be like, this is the time. America has fallen to its own infighting, and now their eyes are not on us. Now we can finally move, and you will see big waves like that. I think definitely from China, and probably from Russia, probably from Iran, a number of who knows. But it's the way it could go in a number of directions. I mean, who knows? It's chaos.
I understand. Thank you for answering. I'll leave the stage now. I see someone's got their hands up.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right. We live in uncertain times. That's the fortune cookie we got, Earl.
Yep.
May you live in interesting times. That's the fortune cookie the nation got. So, and we are living. That's the Chinese curse. May you live in interesting times. It always reminds me of 300, when Leonidas sees Ephialtes. And he's like, you, Ephialtes, may you live forever.
Yeah.
And it's like, it wasn't a compliment. And I was like, oh, I suck. Meat alternatives. Yes, Soylent Green proponent. What do you got for us today?
Soylent is a great product. It tastes great. I was just curious about.
But Soylent Green is what I said. You seen the movie?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I haven't seen the movie, but I know the concept.
Yeah, it's people. It's people. It's recycled people.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just wondering, what do you think that how should we approach Islam when it comes to the fact of, it seems like allowing populations that have conservative views of Islam, that aren't liberal forms of Islam, seem to be pretty problematic in terms of power, money, and political status. And that's going to be universal. That seems to be pretty problematic when a lot of their beliefs revolve around throwing off homosexuals off the highest building, stoning adulterers, killing apostates. How do you think should people actively avoid giving money to and seeking discrimination against Muslims due to these beliefs?
What do you think, Earl?
Oh, are you referring to Palestine?
It's just a general question about conservative Muslim views, because it seems to be pretty problematic in order to allow these individuals to have power or influence.
Yeah, I agree.
How do you have any ideas about should people try to avoid letting these populations get money or power?
I don't know that that's really up to us. I mean,
we have some we have voting, right? We can choose not to vote for people that may align with these views. We also have our dollars, in which we can vote with our dollars to make sure people don't get certain amounts of money.
Right,
and there might be.
How you can't. I don't know. I mean, I find the left's obsession with supporting the Palestinians to be problematic. I'm sure that JL does not share my view, but for that exact reason, that I think that Islam is a hateful, horrible religion, and so I don't understand why the left continues to simp for Palestinians personally. Because they have lived in an extremist under extremist rule for an entire generation. And so those people are going to need, there's a reason why there aren't any countries that will support or allow refugees, allow Palestinian, there's a reason why they won't accept those people. So yeah, but we don't really get a say in what our tax dollars go to support, which is essentially what would be happening. Trump wants to make Gaza into a resort or whatever. Like we don't really have a say in that at this point.
Mm.
We did, but people voted for it. So
I think the kicker when it comes down to this is, and I think if we're talking in terms of the world, I don't think it's a thing that like America has any business trying to control. But here in the States, the primary thing is funding, is money and access to resources. I think that the whole like religions being tax exempt. What is that background noise?
I apologize. I'm cutting stuff. I'll stop.
Oh, okay. Sorry. No, it's all right. I just want to make sure it wasn't me because sometimes I have audio issues. I think it's how the federal government subsidizes religions with zero taxation and with and not taxing them like the businesses that they are, because they are in fact businesses. They have employees. Those employees get paid. They have company assets. They have assets that belong to the company. This is how we get seed preachers, that like seed doctrine pastors who like fly private jets because the organization owns it, not me, but they're the only ones that ever use it, them and their family. The mansion that they live in, it's owned by the church. Really?
Right.
So if
what's his face needing a special plane so he didn't have to sit next to demons.
Right. And so I think the man of God who literally speaks to God is afraid to sit next to demons. So when it comes to I think that by restricting how the government like basically reverse funds religious organizations and treats them just like private businesses, just like everybody else, and that 401c3 should be reserved for legitimately nonprofit volunteer run organizations that are designed solely for giving back and literally taking nothing away. There are many of those out there. They're like, they don't pay they're all volunteer run. And the only thing that the money that comes in is private donations that are then applied directly to covering their costs so that they break even every year. And that even 401c3s need to be strictly strictly watched, like monitored by the IRS to ensure that they are breaking even every year and that nobody affiliated is profiting from it and they're actually doing good. Okay. But if you run an organization and you pay no taxes on any of the shit that you do, and you take in billions of dollars, $1 billion of like the Mormon Church or Scientology or whatever, and you take in that level of money, you pay no taxes on that shit, and your leaders are living exorbitant lives while you sell and add nothing to the economy, that shit needs to end. And that goes across the board for all religions, for all of it. You want to have religious, you don't get there is no religious exemption. Okay. Even if it's all, and now I do appreciate that here in America, it's an all or nothing. You either all religions get the exemption or no religions get the exemption. I think it's more harmful to give all the religions exemption. No religion should have exemption. Only legitimately nonpartisan, non-organization, non-religiously affiliated, pushing any kind of a message, just individuals who do, charitable work, food drives, clothing drives, whatever, whatever charitable thing we can do. Okay. They go out there, they do it. It's all volunteer, and the money that they take in from private donations all breaks even to cover operating costs. And that's it. Nobody profits. They do nothing but good. So I think we should be harder on these things. And by doing that, we ensure we maintain the ironclad separation between church and state, so that the government is not in any way facilitating the power of any one particular religious group over another, which they invariably do by removing taxation and allowing Christianity to have the stranglehold that it does within our politics because they've been able to amass money and now can influence politics thanks to shit like, Citizens United and crap like that. So money is political speech and shit. So now that they've done that, but we need to slam that gate shut. And by doing that, that would ensure that Islam does not become a problem that we would seriously have to contend with here in this nation. Addressing it in other nations, way too hard, way too problematic, especially because they have their roots, they have their tendrils deep within their governments. That would be like trying to go into England in the 1700s or the 1600s and divest the Church of England's grasp on the throne. Damn near the throne was the Church of England. So trying to break the two of them apart would be virtually impossible. So,
or like in Iran,
right? It's like trying to cut them out. Yeah, it just wouldn't work. So, but here in America, we can do that by enforcing the First Amendment, by enforcing the Johnson Amendment, by enforcing these things. If we did our job, we did the work that we said we were going to do, we could do it. That's just, that's my take.
I wonder if there's going to be a tipping point though, in which we see a government which is slaughtering their people for, let's say, adultery, homosexuality, or apostasy. I wonder if there would be a tipping point in which we would step in and intervene. If Afghanistan started to actually do all the parts of what they believe to be Sharia law, and they were doing it on a mass scale, I wonder if there would be a moral outcry from America or other Western nations. Do you think that ever would be the case?
I think it's possible. I hope it's not, because whatever it might be, it's going to involve a massive loss of life.
And I guess my final question would be that, let's say that you how do you feel about veganism? I'm a little bit curious. What's your opinion on veganism?
Veganism is a completely valid diet, I guess dietary lifestyle. An individual wants to be vegan, they can be a vegan. They want to be vegetarian, they want to be ovo-lacto vegetarian, whatever. They want to be omnivorous, they can be omnivorous, however it goes. I don't have any problem with vegetarianism or veganism. I do think that it does. I align very much with a lot of the things they argue for. I'm against factory farming. I'm all for organic. I'm all for treatment of animals. I'm very much an advocate for that. Unnecessary harm. We should be definitely not doing that shit. Okay, we should be unending that crap. But I'm also omnivorous. Okay, I enjoy my meat as much as I enjoy my vegetables. There's virtually nothing I won't eat. So, because I'll eat it all, because I just love food, and I love food from all over the world. So in that respect, I think that to each their own. That there's benefits and there's costs. There's pros and cons with any kind of strict dietary plan. Go too far in one direction, you're going to have problems. Go too far in the other direction, you're going to have problems. Okay. So whatever works for the individual as recommended by their physician is fantastic to get the dietary nutrition they need to get the most out of their life. Great. Fantastic. I think that people who get up and wave a flag and scream about it and do the things that, that they do, sometimes, and it's a small portion, it's not a lot of them, but the ones that do, I think are morally grandstanding. That's all they're doing.
Wait, hold up. I had a lot of issues with what you said, but now we're getting into, you think somebody's morally grandstanding to stand up for individuals that they believe are being killed and tortured. That's what you think.
Okay, so I think that real action is going out and changing the laws. That is where the fight is.
Sure.
Okay, getting up and yelling at people, yelling at the general public who don't agree with you, that's moral grandstanding. Because what's going to change the law? Screaming at people in public, or actually engaging with the politicians who have the influence to actually change these things and change local legislation to enforce what you believe in. So it shouldn't be screaming at the public. It should be talking on the phone to your representatives constantly all the time. which we don't hear happening. Because when I talk to representatives about various shit that's going on in my state, I record those calls and I usually cover them on my channel to let people know, to show people this is how you do activism. You engage in conversations with your elected officials. You call them on the phone. You could do that. You could. Their number is public. You get them on. You call them on the phone. If they're not available because they're on the phone with someone else, you wait on hold, or you call them the next day, and you keep calling them over and over and over. Okay, you push for legislation. You push for these things. Getting out there and like jumping on a podium and screaming at people who disagree with you, or maybe have, there are people out there who can't do a vegetarian diet because of like either genetic preconditions or whatever happens. Okay, there are people out there that can't.
I have my teeth for a reason.
Yeah,
that's,
the reality
biologically,
of it is,
I'm meant to eat meat, so I will.
Yeah, the reality of it is, evolutionarily speaking, we are an omnivorous species. Our bodies process animal material. Hold up. Our bodies process.
You could give me so many different claims though.
No, but hang on a second.
You're just.
Our bodies process animal material far more efficiently than it does plant material, because we are evolved to break that cellular material down than we are over cellulose.
Yep.
That's just an evolutionary fact. Now, yes, like I said, there are benefits, but it is moral grandstanding to scream at people that meat is murder when they should be on the phone with their representatives.
Do you know what a pressure campaign is?
I do. I do know what pressure campaigns are, but this is not the 1950s and the 1960s and the 1970s.
Do you think pressure campaigns have been effective for the vegan movement?
In the past, they've been effective for those things because the battlefield is different. The internet is not the place for these things. That's the problem. Internet is a double-edged sword, because there is so much on the internet, your message will get lost in the miasma.
Yeah, I would encourage you to look at various movements inside the vegan movement that pressure campaigns have been effective, including Foie, the Rage Tour, and other grocery store campaigns that go on in the UK. It seems to be a pretty effective method, actually, for having higher quality of life.
I can still get foie gras.
Yeah.
Right.
If I want
it depends on the state. Well, it depends on the state, and a lot of states do not allow the manufacturing of foie gras anymore.
Look at how what was it? I want to make sure that I pronounce it correctly. The methods of how
I know I wait, hold on. I let you say a lot, so I do want to address this. Like, you are saying it's moral grandstanding for somebody to stand up for individuals they believe to be killed and tortured. Like, do you realize what you're actually saying?
No, that's not what he said.
No, that's not what I said.
That's not what he said.
Okay.
I said standing up in the
body. What are you
no,
saying?
I'm disagreeing with the way they're doing it. You absolutely should stand up for your beliefs.
Okay.
But do it in a way that is productive, not in a way that is divisive.
Okay. But it doesn't really sound like you know like a whole lot about the vegan movement though. Like the way you're communicating to me and the things you've told me so far, it sounds like you don't know that much about what's effective or not.
Okay, no, I understand the dietary, I understand the nutritional benefits, and I understand the social benefits as far as animal well-being. What else is there?
Okay.
Animal well-being and nutrition. So what I mean, that's animal husbandry. That's what it comes down to.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I don't think that it doesn't, and I'm not going to put this down to you because I know this isn't your sphere of influence. But what I'm saying is, I'm not sure if you understand what has been effective and what is not effective. And I don't.
That's why I brought up the Ortoland. How do you think they got Ortolands banned?
Go ahead.
You know what Ortolands are? Ortoland buntings?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, so Ortoland buntings was a game bird that was considered a delicacy in France. It's the bird that they stuffed, that they force-fed until it was so bloated and fat, and then they drowned it in cognac. and then ate it, bones and all.
So gross.
Okay, it was considered a delicacy. Part of the ritual of eating ortolans is that you used your napkin.
Put a napkin over
You
your
put a
head.
napkin over your head to shield yourself from God. Okay.
Okay.
But was a French delicacy and was like, you know, because it was like it was ritualized delicacy is what it was. And ortolans and eating ortolans, okay, in such a method was eventually banned. Look at the methods and how they banned that. And that is how you do stuff. Because it was a horrifying practice. And now it's illegal. It's flat out, bomb out illegal. So that's how you do that. Look at how they did that. Okay? Because screaming into the void of the internet, okay, those pressure campaigns work because they went to the sources. There was awareness on the internet, yes. But what worked was the actual boots on the ground influence, calling the people involved to get the ball moving, to make an action illegal or extremely, for whatever reason. Okay? Because as long as people are willing to pay for it, you're never going to make it illegal unless you get a law passed against it.
So you're proposing that I should be, or anybody else that cares about animals being killed or tortured, like, let's say you're saying that it's less productive to tell people that they're paying for the killing and torture of animals. That's what you're proposing. Like,
Yeah, you
it
telling
is
me
more.
that doesn't affect me.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, you can say that. You can say that. You can also be. You can also be a Nazi.
But
and say
here's
the
the
same
problem.
thing,
No,
right?
but here's the problem.
It's the same.
No, here's the problem. We don't define it. Okay, depending upon the manner, it's not defined in the same terms that you're using. That's why it doesn't work. Your subjective.
Now we're doing this.
No.
This is what we're doing now. This is what we're doing.
I'm trying to break something down for you.
Attitudes like yours that make what you're doing right now very, very ineffectual.
So there is a difference.
To show you that
I'm trying to break something down for you. I don't want to have to mute you. Okay. Yeah. It's really
and then
simple.
two people are talking and making claims, and I can't respond to them.
I'm trying to explain something to you.
Yeah.
There are things that you and I will agree on that constitute torture. But there are things that you and I will not agree on that constitute torture. You just saying that it's torture does not necessarily mean that what you hold constitutes torture is what I agree with. I understand that in animal husbandry, butchering an animal for food is a part of the process. It is necessary. Just as a starving bear will butcher you to eat you, we butcher animals to eat them. Okay? I myself have hunted. I myself have taken game. I myself have cleaned my own kills. All right? We try to do it as humanely as possible, and I only take what I need. I don't overindulge. I try to balance it because that's the way my father raised me, was to balance the system. You take from the system, you give back to the system. Okay? That's the way my dad raised me. Not everybody has that same kind of ideal. I try to eat as organically as I can. All right? I do. I buy from local processors. I don't support factory farming. So nonetheless, your definition of what it might be may be more stringent, but you just screaming that it's torture at me does not necessarily mean that I'm going to automatically agree with you, because you haven't had a dialogue to determine what we agree on. You're just yelling your opinion.
Now you're goal shift posting? Like, what do you say?
It's not goal shift posting.
Yeah, okay.
You're not meeting people on common ground. You're just yelling your opinion at them. This is literally a problem in theism when you have the problem of hermeneutics. Two groups arguing over a specific interpretation of the text of the Bible. When one side says, no, this is how you interpret it, and another side says, no, this is how you interpret it, but they're not meeting on the common ground, that the interpretation is entirely subjective to the individuals who did it, and there is no one way to do it accurately. That's the common ground. But they refuse to see it. They just want to fight over the interpretation. That's why it's moral grandstanding, because you'd rather be right than actually find a solution.
Rather than find a solution. Right. Like, I'm supposed to be, like, let's say I'm in Nazi Germany. Like, I'm supposed to be the guy that's supposed to be calm and cool all the time and allow you to just be okay when you say it's okay to just kill Jews. Like, I'm supposed to be that guy. Like, that's what we're supposed to do. That's what we're supposed to do.
This is not analogous. This is a category error.
It's the same thing. It's somebody who
It is
cares
not the
about
same
something.
thing. This is an appeal to
It's
emotion.
somebody who cares about something and is caring about something in two different areas, right?
Yeah, there are ways
One
to go
cares
about it
about-
productively and ways to go about it divisively.
And you're doing
And
the
I don't-
latter.
And I honestly don't think that you understand. Like, it sounds to me what you've talked to me about is that I think you understand some of what's effective, but I don't think you understand all. Like, and I respect you too.
And
I
I just personally don't care.
Yeah, some people don't.
I
Even
don't give a shit what you say. I'm talking to JL. Like, I don't care who you are. I don't. You have been fucking just miking up.
Hey, guest on my stage. They have a right to speak.
Okay, so both of you guys can talk, and I have to respond to both of you guys, but you won't give me time for one.
Yes.
But you won't give me time for one to respond, but she can fucking pipe up and make little snarky little comments. Like, that's what's happening?
Snarky little comments. I'm pointing out the errors in your dialogue.
Yeah, you're
right
making
now.
snarky comments.
I'm
That's what you're
snarky.
doing.
Yes, that's why I'm here.
Yep.
So, really simply, there are ways you can go about it productively by engaging your local your local representatives, your elected officials, and putting enormous pressure on them in order to change the laws. That I agree with. You should be doing 100%. Getting up in
That's already being done, though.
Getting up in
That's already being done.
But getting up
That's what you don't understand.
Getting up in people's faces only creates division.
Getting up in people. I just did again. Like, I'm supposed to be this insanely nice guy while you're paying for murder and torture. Like, that's the thing, though.
I don't
like,
view it as murder
I'm supposed
and torture.
to be.
I don't view all of
Who
it.
cares?
No, I don't view all of it as murder and torture.
Okay.
Some of it is.
Okay.
Some of it. No, it's not murder. Well, it's not murder.
Yeah.
Technically not murder because that's a legal term that applies to human beings. But I don't view it as torture. Not all of it. Some of it is done in very, very horrific ways, and I'm glad that there are laws that have been passed that have shored that up. Thanks in part to like undercover exposés, which have revealed it. Fan-freaking-tastic. That's good shit. Okay, but I don't hold the terminology like you do. Okay, because it's animal husbandry.
Okay.
Definitionally, it's not murder because that's a legal term that applies to the unjustified taking of another life. Specifically a human.
But you're doing this whole like weird like a language means one way type thing. I think it's
You
like not
the
very
term
productive.
murder. I told you what the definition of murder is.
Yeah.
That's
do you think I can use it in different contexts?
No,
I actually don't care. I don't care.
No, because it's a legal term that applies very specifically to a specific category. Okay. That's why we don't say animal murder. We say animal cruelty.
So do you believe like if I put a rubber band around your testicles and let them rot off, is that going to be torture?
Yes, that would be torture. I told you some of the behavior is torture, and I oppose it.
Do you understand that's throughout animal husbandry when it comes to pigs and cattle?
That is not done universally. No. I have seen the tools that are used to castrate them.
Yeah, it's a rubber band, right?
No,
most of the
not
time.
always.
No.
Most of the time, it's a rubber band.
No, it's not. It's
a rubber band or a pocket knife.
It's an actual handheld device.
That rots off the testicles, right? And it's a rubber band, right?
No, it is not.
Okay, put an image inside chat of what it is then. Go find an image and put it inside chat then.
Dude.
It's okay if you're wrong. Like, I don't expect you to know this stuff. Like, it's fine if you don't.
So the
yeah.
emasculator or the Newberry knife for surgical castration. The choice of tool depends on factors like the animal's age and size, the desired method, bloodless versus surgical, and the producer's preference and experience. Emasculation, Burdizzo method. The elastic bander, which you are correct, the elastrator, and banding tool, the calcitrate bander. And then you have the emasculator, the Newberry knife, and all the, depending upon what technique they utilize, is really dependent upon the age of the animal and the size of the animal. Okay? And the risk of infection, depending upon the health of the animal. So there's a lot of different methods that are utilized. So, but they still don't allow the animal to die from infection or death. They keep them healthy. Okay, but there is a method to animal husbandry. That you don't like some methods is irrelevant.
Okay. If I don't like some methods, like it's irrelevant that if we're rotting off the animal's testicles by putting a rubber band on it or cutting them off with no anesthesia,
They don't let them
that's
rot
irrelevant.
off. They don't let them rot off. They cut them off after they have died in order to ensure that the gangrenous tissue does not infect the rest of the. In order to they don't go gangrene and infect the rest of the animal. There is How many animals do you think are killed when the valley is ripped up to plant sorghum or some other harvestable plant?
Billions.
How many animals do you think are murdered through the toiling?
So now you're doing crop deaths?
No, I'm just asking you.
Now you're doing crop deaths?
No, I'm asking you.
Now you're doing
how
crop
many
deaths?
animals do you think
That's
are
what you're
killed
doing?
in factory agriculture?
Do you think this is convincing?
How
Do you think
many
this is like a very
animals? I don't
convincing
hear
argument?
you bitching about the animals that are killed in factory agriculture.
I do. I think we should prevent them.
So you're on campaigns to save the bees.
I'm on campaigns to save the bees. Like, there's a gray area when it comes to insects.
Name
I don't know if they have.
I didn't think so.
You wouldn't eat without bees, dude.
Okay.
Name one what?
The pesticides
what are you
we
asking
use,
me?
The pesticides we use.
What are you asking me? What are you asking? What are you asking me?
The pesticides we use in agricultural and in factory agriculture are one of the predominant reasons for bee decline. Okay, I don't see you out there screaming about the use of pesticides resulting in bee decline, which being a keystone species could result in the extinction of a number of other species, including potentially us. So bees are pretty good.
The consequences of monoculture with all the soy that a lot of vegans have to eat for their replacements.
Right.
That causes a ton of problems.
So agriculture.
So where do you think the majority of soy goes to? Where do you think the majority of soy goes to?
Factory agriculture.
You are so disingenuous.
Factory agriculture does just as much harm as factory animal husbandry. Factory farming is extraordinarily harmful on large commercial scales. We should scale those back and buy our product, our produce, and our meat from independent small farmers who are able to do it sustainably and are able to do it with as minimal harm as possible. That's what we should be doing, supporting small businesses, not factory farming that are just pumping it out for profit.
JL, I expect better out of you. Like, you've been intellectually honest in other subjects, and I don't think you're engaging in that at the moment. Like, you make plenty of claims and don't allow me ever to respond to them, and you move it to another subject as soon as I try to respond to it.
You're not following the conversation.
You need to rewatch this video because there's video evidence.
Let me ask you this. Well, I said it was.
You need to do that.
I don't.
That's what you need to do, JL.
It's my stage.
You do need to.
It's my stage, so I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask the questions.
Yeah.
So, are you a moral realist or a moral anti-realist?
Anti-realist.
Okay. So.
I'm the moral quietist. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
You said moral anti-realist. It's one of the two.
I don't.
You understand
whatever. It doesn't matter.
You understand that moral distinctions are subjectively derived and relativistically applied, right?
I don't care. Like, I approve of it or disapprove of it. That's what
This is why it is moral grandstanding. Because your morals are subjective to...
it's moral grandstanding.
Because your
if I say it's wrong to kill people, it's moral grandstanding.
Because your morals are subjective to you and mine are subjective to me. And they will not always be guaranteed to align with one another. They will on some things. There will be overlap, but we will have disagreements on what constitutes things that are moral and things that are immoral. That happens. Okay? If you want to influence change the laws. That's how you do it.
It's more... you as a person, I'm just losing so much respect for you right now.
I don't give a shit. I don't care.
Yeah, this is just so much... It's
I
not
don't
even
care.
like
I don't care about your fucking...
I
don't care about your fucking meta commentary. Bring something substantive.
Well, you don't play fair, right?
I do play
That's
fair.
the thing. Like, I can't engage with somebody who doesn't play fair. So what I would say to you, and I'm just a little bit curious, like, if you allow me, like, let's say like you have all else be equal, like something that doesn't involve these practices, and it doesn't influence your life that much more, would you choose to do it? Like if it wasn't much more difficult to your life, or equally difficult as what you currently eat?
No, because I get more nutrition out of meat than I do out of plants.
It's more
efficient.
equal, right?
I consume
all else be equal.
I consume because it's more efficient, and
It's hypothetical.
It's more I'm saying no because it's more efficient.
You're not
if you will let me finish.
You're not listening.
You're setting up a hypothetical that would result in me saying yes. Okay, but there's a reality of it. There is no hypothetical. But there's a reality that you are ignoring. Okay. There is a reality that you are ignoring.
I have no got you. I'm not trying to get a got you on you.
There is a reality you are ignoring. Animal material will always be.
It's a hypothetical.
Animal
I'm not saying that is the case.
Always, are you saying that your hypothetical is that animal material will be less efficiently handled by the human body than plant material?
The hypothetical is all else be equal, the current products you eat that don't involve the killing and practice of the animal agriculture, would you choose the ones that don't involve killing and also the harm to the animals?
No,
that's what my question is.
I wouldn't get all the nutrition that I need.
You're not listening, JL. You have a listening problem at the moment.
Listening. Your hypothetical.
What does all else be equal? What does all else be equal mean? What does that mean?
That's not what you're saying, though.
That's what I fucking said. You do have a listening problem. That's literally not what
your hypothetical said.
Listen to the fucking recording, you piece of shit.
Okay.
Fuck you. Bye.
Grandstanding. That's moral grandstanding right there.
I cannot stand vegans. I can't fucking stand them. They always do this shit.
I fucking tried. Okay? I fucking tried. I really did. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Recording. I just listened to what he just said, and his hypothetical did not say what he thinks it just said.
I can't. I tried. Vegan gains is one of the worst. Vegans are something, like I said, it's moral grandstanding. That's what it is. I applaud those who go after their politicians, who go after their elected leaders in order to change the laws. I get that. And I support it. I'm against commercial factory farming. It does more harm than good. I agree with that. But I am all for supporting small businesses, local producers, local animal, like local farms. I'm all about that. Get my eggs organically, get my meat organically. Because I mean, when it comes down to it, we get more nutrition out of animal products than we do out of just straight plants. We do. It's just the way we've evolved.
Speaking, I have these teeth for a reason,
right?
And that's just the fact. It's just a fact.
Yes, we have teeth. We don't have dental. We don't have dental plates. Okay, for grinding up plant material. We're not cows. We're not elephants. We have teeth. we have forward-facing eyes. We're predators. That is what we are. So, all right. Mathematician. I haven't talked with mathematician in quite a while. What's up, bro?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. Just surviving the vegan moral grandstanding onslaught.
The vegan assault. Yeah.
Vegan onslaught.
Fucking hell. People who they have when your representatives include people like that vegan teacher, maybe you need to rethink your position. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I understand the appeal to veganism in the sense that there's like you said, factory farming I think is wrong. I live in California though, and there's we get to see all the alternatives here to what factory farming could look like. And yeah, I love the idea of supporting small local farmers who have their own equilibrium, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Okay, so my question is going to be a little controversial here, I guess, maybe, but I'll start with a simple question. Do you think the dancing plague of 1518 actually happened?
Ooh. Go ahead, Earl. Go ahead, because this is I don't know. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, give your thoughts on it.
I mean, it's pretty fanciful. But maybe I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, that's yeah, it was like 500 years ago. And there's right as far as I'm aware, there's only evidence of people saying that it happened,
Right,
but
right.
we've never seen it happen ever.
Right.
Um,
that was in like Strasbourg, wasn't it?
yeah, I
Like in
believe
France. I
so.
think it was in France. I think yeah, it was
Yeah, Strasbourg, France. That's right.
And someone brings
Okay.
it, so someone brought it up in the side chat here, and one that I agree with, 8-bit, because it could have been ergot poisoning. That is entirely possible because we have seen that in the past where grain
Mhm.
stores go bad, especially in particular environments, and result in growth of ergot, which results in ergot poisoning, like mass ergot poisoning because everybody's getting their food from the same plate, their grain from the same place, and then you get this is kind of like the idea as to what happened behind the Salem or potential like contributor to what happened in Salem, Massachusetts. So that's possible. It's like I said, it's one of those kind of like stories. I think it's one of the stories that's been relegated to kind of legend due to the lack of reporting on it. It's kind of like sweating sickness. You're familiar with that?
No, I've never heard of that.
Okay, so sweating sickness was another like weird epidemic. If I remember, I want to make sure I get my details right. But it occurred. Sweating sickness. Was known as Sutor anglicus. Okay, or also known as English sweating sickness. It was a mysterious and contagious disease that struck England in 1485 and spread to continental Europe. It was characterized by high fevers, profuse sweating, and a mortality rate between 30 and 50%. The disease had a short incubation period, and victims could be well one day and dead the next. Outbreaks occurred in 1508, 1517, 1528, and 1551, each causing widespread fear. No known cause has been determined.
That's pretty wild. Well, then let me throw you a little bit more of a curveball. Do you think the Great Flood happened?
The Noachian flood?
Like a flood that covered the whole world?
Oh, no. Absolutely no.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not?
No, there's no evidence.
No.
The evidence,
no
I mean, the planet would be astronomically different. Well, it would be catastrophically different if such an event took place.
Yeah, there's plenty of evidence against it.
Yeah.
So my question is, why do you think, and I'll put this in the side chat, why do you think there are references in all these ancient texts to the Great Flood?
Lots of time over lots of different places. Lots of places have floods.
Yeah.
I mean, most civilizations
agree.
are built around water because that's where people have to live.
I've heard this exact like point many times, and the thing that's not satisfying to me is that I can think of off the top of my head a few different existential crises that humans faced on a regular basis back then as well. Like, for example, a famine. But I have yet to find an example of an account that starts with a worldwide famine. All of these accounts that I put in the side chat start with a worldwide flood.
All the ones that have survived.
Sure. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's
okay.
So yeah.
So the biggest thing is like you look at what humans have in common, and what as far as modern anatomically modern humans, our species is roughly 275,000 years old. Okay, we know our migration patterns as we propagated throughout the world. One common thing that our ancestors had, like stories that we had in the past, is that our species was alive. If I remember correctly, either though the species that before us were like this, but cultures were alive at the time of the ending of the last ice age. Okay, so when the last ice age ended, and that ice began to melt, there was catastrophic widespread flooding all across the northern hemisphere. Okay, so it was well known, well observed by early humans, by members of our genus, that these things happened. And so, which is why, because it occurred so far back in our past, and we had not proliferated throughout the entirety of the world yet. So the cultures that lived in the northern areas, as they were migrating upwards, would have encountered these events, which is why they seem to proliferate throughout history. and throughout many cultures. But there are independent cultures that did not go north and went south that don't have such tales in their mythologies. They're few and far between, but still, we do have examples where the flood myths don't exist in their mythologies, and it's some other thing.
I've kind of been looking for that specifically. It seems kind of weird. What's weird to me is when you look at all the different sides of the world, there's plenty of civilizations that I don't think communicated with each other.
Yeah, well, the Egyptians, the Japanese, the Norse, they don't have floods in their myths.
Are you referring specifically to the biblical flood?
No, not exactly. Because I think the biblical flood is kind of a copy paste from the Epic of Gilgamesh,
right? From Mesopotamia, right?
But I would argue that when I was going through the Epic of Gilgamesh in particular, and I thought it is kind of interesting how the story does. I mean, the story itself of the Epic of Gilgamesh doesn't start with the flood, but the timeline is that when Gilgamesh goes through the tunnel and beats the sun and ends up on the other side, he meets the immortal man who survived the Great Flood. And he tells him that basically we're all going to die and you have to just kind of suck it up. But what's interesting to me is that their timeline does start with this one man who survived a great flood. And that is kind of similar to the Chinese tale, where their story also begins with with a great flood that covered the quote unquote covered the whole world. I've read about a lot of famines, and there are a lot of civilizations that have died out due to famine. There are a lot of civilizations like the Israelites or the Canaanites, for example, that survived periods of famine. It's just that they never attributed their existential crises outside of the flood as something that is global. They did, however, attribute the flood to a global phenomenon.
Well, yeah, as somebody in my life chat has pointed out, 8,000 years ago, news didn't exactly travel far or fast. A regional flood was a flood of pretty much your entire perceived world.
But that's it. But I totally agree with you.
Right.
I think that the same case could be made about famines.
Sure. So I mean, but
we don't have it. There's not a single account.
But we're talking about But we're talking about parsimony here, right?
We're talking about an existential crisis. Our existence, right, is according to all of these epics.
Okay.
Comes from this time period about 8,000 years ago, somewhere between 6,000 to 8,000 years ago, where there was the life began after a flood. Some dude survived a flood, and that's it. And I think to me the thing is, if I read one single story that said that there was a worldwide famine, or there's a worldwide earthquake, or there was a worldwide volcano explosion, right? I'd be more inclined to believe, oh, well, people's whole entire civilizations would crumble due to these phenomenon. And so, of course, they would attribute it to the world for the same reason that you gave. But that's not what happens. And that's what's interesting. I don't find any other existential worldwide events in any of the epics.
Okay, so I mean, it's interesting. I'm feeling to see. Is it an argument for something, or
right? Yeah.
Well, it's just something I guess I'm throwing at you to see how you think about this. I have heard that argument before that it was so big, floods were so big at the time, and it would feel like it was the whole world that would flood. I definitely get that. I just think that I've heard of so many other existential crises that civilizations have faced, and especially in the ancient times, like the Bronze Age collapse. but that like you would imagine like maybe they would attribute it to the whole world, but they never do.
I mean, you think about what the people who lived in the people who lived in the Mediterranean Valley thought when the Atlantic Ocean poured in,
Right.
and annihilated everything that was living in that valley to create the Mediterranean Sea.
Mhm.
I mean,
that's pretty wild. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
But it's not.
the remnants of
doesn't
ancient
see-
cultures. The remnants of those ancient cultures have been excavated from the floor of the Mediterranean, and so we know that there were people living in that valley. But after the end of the Ice Age, and those areas of the strait that held those waters in broke, and then those things, and then the Atlantic Ocean came flooding in, all gone. And I can imagine what that would look like for ancient people at the time, because the Mediterranean Sea formed refilled by a massive Zanclean megaflood about 5.3 million years ago. This event ended the Messinian salinity crisis, appeared when the Mediterranean basin was large, dry and vast. For nearly 600,000 years, from about 5.97 to 5.33 million years, the Mediterranean was nearly cut off from the Atlantic Ocean due to tectonic activity, which raised the land at the Strait of Gibraltar. When that went, I mean, the Zanclean megaflood, catastrophic inflow, regional changes, the refilling of the basin. And the biggest flood in the history of Earth is what we found was that mega flood that created the Mediterranean Sea.
Yeah, that is a long time ago.
And given that, let me see. And then when did the last ice age, the last major glacial period, ended 11,700 years ago. So 11,000. I mean that's after the Toba event, because the Toba event took place like 70,000 years ago, if I remember correctly. You remember? I mean, you know about the Toba event, Toba volcano.
No, I don't.
The Toba volcano, that event was a super volcano that went off. I think it's the last known super volcano eruption, the most recent on Earth that we know of. It went off, I believe. Toba erupted around, I think, about 70,000 years ago is when they calculated that eruption with a pretty small window of error or a margin for error. And that eruption resulted in our species being decimated to around, they estimate, between 5,000 and 10,000 individuals. So the Toba eruption almost left us extinct.
I heard about this. Wasn't this like announced recently or like there was a time period? I thought. Hold on, let me look at my sources.
Yeah, the last Toba eruption was approximately 74,000 years ago. A super eruption that created the massive Lake Toba caldera, significantly impacted global climate. Also known as the youngest Toba tuff eruption, considered one of the largest in Earth's history, and damn near killed all of us. It reduced our populations to almost. That's the reason for the last great bottleneck in human genetics, like in our genome. That last bottleneck was as a result of the Toba eruption. It damn near reduces to a point where there was like almost not enough genetic diversity to keep our species going. But fortunately, it didn't. Otherwise, we would have gone extinct.
Okay, yeah, there's apparently a 2023 study that shows around 900,000 years ago, there was a population bottleneck. The Toba event, I think, was 70,000 years ago.
Yeah, like 70, 74, 70, 75.
According to genomic research, it was around 930,000 to 813,000 years ago. The modern humans dwindled down to 1,280.
Yep, Jurassic, which lasted over 100,000 years, coincided with the Middle Pleistocene transition, a period of dramatic climate change that made survival difficult. Yep. And low genetic diversity in modern humans. Not to mention that, coupled with the Toba event, yeah, it's pretty intense. I can't even imagine what ancient humans would how they would like interpret these things as they were like witnessing them, as they were taking place. Because the Toba eruption would have resulted in massive famines. Because climate, because climate is the great divider.
Is there any other bottleneck since 70,000 years ago?
Not to that degree. We've had there hasn't been anything like a massive climate event or a massive eruption or a massive like flooding to that degree that would hit the world and decimate our population. The next, it'll either be, if there are two big ones that will take place, it'll either be a super volcano eruption, an asteroid impact, or something viral, or like a pandemic that could result in wiping out vast majority of our population. Those are the three big hitters.
The melting of the permafrost is one thing that I'm terrified of.
So
I did see.
There's ancient cooties that live in that stuff that we've never had any exposure to and could easily wipe out our species.
Yeah, when you hear about Russian scientists reviving ancient viruses that they pulled out of defrosted permafrost, as the permafrost melts, they find ancient viruses that have been lying dormant in there, and then they revive them in the lab. Not good. This is not good.
Well, I appreciate the conversation. I'm glad to know that the last bottleneck happened 70,000 years ago. I was wondering actually if there was a bottleneck around 8,000 years ago. Well, with that, I'll head down. Thank you for the conversation.
Anytime, Matthew. It's good to see you, bud. I know it's been a while, but I appreciate it. And yes, 8-bit. I see you with your hand up. You've had your hand up for a minute. But I do have somebody new who has not been on the stage before. So I want to bring them up real quick. Because I always want to give the opportunity, but I will bring you up. So just, appreciate your patience.
Hold up, let me put it on speaker.
Let me make sure I got your audio good.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can
okay.
Can I get your age and if you're a believer or not?
I'm 18 plus and I'm 19. I just turned 19. So.
Okay.
But yeah. I'm a believer in Jesus Christ.
Okay. Why?
I'm a believer, but I also did want to come on here and talk about you guys were mentioning something about ancient viruses, and I generally I'm also on here to talk about my religion as well.
Okay, I hate to. But, okay, I got to interrupt you real quick. Your audio is coming in really, really spotty.
Oh, let me fix that.
Yeah. Yeah, last thing we need is some like ancient virus like waking up and getting loose in the lab and then turning us all into cordyceps zombies. I think she's checking her audio. While she's doing that, I appreciate all the new people I've seen in the chat popping in. Jeff C, good to see you. I saw John Fabiano, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Clinton Roush, appreciate you being here. I saw some other people. Make sure that Daniel Cooper, good to see you. Just got home from Hawaii. Pineapple on pizza's fine by me. Hell yes, I love Hawaii. One of my favorite vacation places.
Hello, is it better?
Yes, that's much better.
Okay, sorry. I just I kind of broke my speaker mic, so that's probably why it was really spotty. But
yes, much better now.
Okay, that's good. So this is just a channel just to talk about religion and also talk about your guys' beliefs, generally.
Yeah, this is the Stage of Reason. I do this stage every third Sunday, right here on Politics Discord. So, what do you have for us? We can answer questions about our worldview. We can digress on your worldview, or what you got for us today.
I would honestly like to understand your guys' worldview, what do you guys do believe in? Do you believe that there's like, because I did hear you in your channel on politics say that you guys have like morals and stuff, and you guys go off morals. So I was just like wondering if it was like any type of like morals that you guys like go off for this person, because I actually haven't seen I Killed before on this server before, so I kind of want to see like both of you guys like world views and then go from that. But I promise to be respectful too. So like
Okay.
Yeah.
So specifically, just for our clarification, specifically, what is your question?
My question is just like your world views and what you guys believe in, like
That's
your
fair.
guys like morals and what you guys believe in for every day that you know
Okay, let's
go past. Yeah.
we can go with morality. Are you asking how do we derive our morality? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Earl, I'll let you take that first.
So I it's very broad. So morality, as I understand it, is derived from a social contract that we have with our fellow humans. In that way, although personally morals are subjective, we can, as a collective, create an objective standard that we all agree on. I think that morality does not equal legality, so it has nothing to do with laws necessarily. And then there's, obviously room for differences, but yeah, that we generally agree upon as a collective society on what is considered moral behavior.
Cool. To break it down and to give you my position, and if I need to explain any stuff I'm about to say, feel free to ask. So I myself hold a position of moral anti-realism, moral subjectivist, moral relativist, in the respect that morals are derived by people and they are applied relativistically. And so depending upon the scenario that we're in, that we derive our moral distinctions from our natural evolved capacity for empathy. Human beings are a social species. We have evolved the capacity of empathy as a population, but it's never a one-size-fits-all ability because it's based upon our limbic system. There's genetic preconditions, yada, yada, all the stuff that goes into it. But as a population of 8 billion, we have the capacity for empathy. We can internalize the emotional experiences of other people, of other members, of other agents. And by virtue of internalizing that, we can determine what we don't want to happen to us and what we would not like to see happen to other people as a result of that empathy. And so from there, we derive our moral distinctions. And then depending upon the scenario, we apply them relativistically. So the moral distinctions you have in one scenario will not necessarily match the distinctions that you make in another scenario because they're context dependent. So in that respect, I'm a moral subjectivist, and I hold that even if a God existed, if such an entity were to actually exist, then it would be confirmed. Moral relativism would be confirmed because it can't be any other way. If the moral distinction is coming from a mind that references nothing but its own preference, then that there's nothing external to reference as to what ought be, then they're going to be subjective. So,
yeah.
Okay. So like some people would say that, like a lot of Christians would say that their like morals comes from the biblical Bible, in a way what like Jesus accounts as, biblical like ways of doing stuff. So for example,
Which is a horrific
all this
standard.
stuff. Yeah, like a lot of people would say that the morals of, don't kill people, don't cuss, don't do these things, don't sin, don't
don't keep slaves.
look at
Don't keep slaves. Don't stone people for marrying people that they love that you don't agree with. Oh wait, no, those are in the Bible. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a like kind of a different thing because they think that back then they thought that they were like sinning and stuff. But like I'm a kind of like a different Christian with that. I think that you're allowed to do whatever you want to do, especially because if you have free will and God has free will, you have free will to basically do whatever you want. So I do believe that with everybody. So I don't really judge like any of people's relationships, even if it's like relationships where they're both like female and they're both male.
Well, you're in the minority. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
You're in the minority in that respect. But so I mean, explaining that we're moral relativists or moral subjectivists or moral anti-realists, however you want to place it. I'm kind of curious. It's like do you hold to a specific denomination, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I'm a Lutheran.
Okay. So
Protestant Christian.
Right. I was born into raised and confirmed Methodist before I left the church, before I deconverted and realized that the God stuff is all nonsense.
Wait, I have a question. Can you explain what denomination they come from? Because I have actually never heard of that.
What
I know it's kind of surprising, like as a Christian, but I have never heard of a denomination.
No,
that was called that.
Wait, Methodism?
Yeah, I never heard that before.
Like the Methodist Church?
Yeah, I never heard about that.
Yeah, so if I remember my biblical history correctly, founded by John Wesley, and it was founded by John Wesley, and I think 18th century. Focuses on the service to others, faith in daily life, and grace, salvation. If I remember correctly. And then they were one of the more progressive denominations until there was a recent split over LGBTQ issues. When now there's a more conservative arm of the Methodist Church and a more progressive arm of the Methodist Church. There was a division there. But that's fairly recent. But yeah, and John Wesley took his influence, I believe. It was a revival movement within the Church of England, and focusing on practical divinity. And so the importance of reason and experience. So it sided more towards philosophy with a kind of slant. It slanted more towards philosophy, but with a back foot still in, with a foot still in religion, in Christianity. Okay, so that's what my parents were. That's what I was raised into, born into, and confirmed. I still am good friends with my former pastor. He's a great dude. He's more of a philosopher than he is like a pastor, I'd say. But this is a conversation I've had with him many times. But Methodism is just one of the Protestant denominations. Pretty big one, but not the biggest, but pretty big.
Yeah, I just don't know why a lot of like Christians have to talk about how LGBTQ is this and LGBTQ is that. Like, I'm very different with the whole Christian community. Like, I understand how it's a sin in the Bible, but I also understand that people also have their own stories. Because with me, I believe that every single person has their own story. So either way, you putting down somebody that's LGBTQ, you could not know that person isn't a Christian family, has Christian people, is probably Christian, because I've met some Christian gay people before. And I believe that people that believe in Jesus Christ, because you have to go based off the Bible, is that if you believe in Jesus Christ, you are a Christian. So either way, if you're doing like all this like sinful stuff, you can get out of it. But I don't think what a lot of Christians do nowadays is nice and good to do for a religion, because we're not like, I've been like taught in my Lutheran church to not be a hateful person towards anybody, to not be a hateful person towards gay people, towards people like LGBTQ, even trans people. And
do you believe they're wrong though?
A lot of people. Wait, what?
Do you believe they're wrong though?
The people that go after like trans people and like gay people?
Yeah. Do you believe that they're wrong?
Yes.
Why are they wrong?
Why they're wrong? So the reason why they're wrong is because what they're doing is they're spreading the exact wrong message to all these other people.
Mhm.
They're saying that, God is going to send you to hell, God's going to send this, but they also don't understand that they are not God. Like, they're not God. They can't say that. And also,
Wait, how is
it's
it?
like,
How is it not that they're just spreading the message of like being your true self, of like identity, of accepting identity? That is who that individual is. They're not trying to indoctrinate others, because if a person is not trans, a trans person is not going to make them trans. What they are advocating for is people living their honest and true selves, and not having to
yeah,
hide who they are for for like social acceptance. That's what they're advocating for. It's not advocating for people becoming trans or becoming gay. It's advocating for people accepting individuals who are trans and individuals who are LGBTQ plus. So
yeah.
it's not
Like,
about
I,
it's not about spreading anything. Or if it's about spreading anything, it's about spreading acceptance, which is in line with Christianity, right?
yeah.
So how are they wrong?
So from like a biblical standard, because like a lot of Christians go off of
Okay, so
the standard of like the Bible.
So why follow the Bible?
Because I do believe it's like the true like word, and I do believe in God, but
Okay.
I also do have certain stuff that I have read in the Bible that helps me believe that even if there's somebody that has a different identity in gender, that still makes them a human being. Period.
Okay. I mean, at least there's that. But my question is,
Yeah.
so why do you why do you believe that the God exists?
Why I do? Because I I didn't get forced into my religion or anything. The reason why I believed in God is from my own experiences with heaven and with earth, and also with the fact that I'm still alive to this day, because I could have passed away when I was an infant, and I got like stories about that. And because I got stories that I could have passed away as an infant, it helped me understand that like there is a God, because I want to be here today if it wasn't for him, because
Wait.
he
You're talking about
yeah.
you had an event that you almost died from when you were a child, when you were an infant?
Yeah.
Were you in a hospital?
No, I was basically I was going to my uncle's house, and I lost air out of nowhere and just couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything. And my mom started freaking out, and she got me out of everything. She unbuckled me, blah, blah, and she started praying to God. And when she started praying to God, that's when I got air again. So it was really scary, like really scary. Like every time I go anywhere, like even go back to my family, they always remember that, and they always be like, I'm glad like you're still alive. So like I knew it actually like happened.
So wait, so you were an infant and you have a memory of this?
No, I was just told.
Okay. So how do you know that it wasn't coincidental, that because if you were choking on something and you lost air and your mother just took you out of the car seat and just laid you on the ground and prayed and let you choke to death, as evidence is like what just recently happened in Australia, when two parents literally allowed their child to die from a preventable disease because they refused to get medicine, refused to take them to the hospital. So how is it possible? I mean, how were you able to determine that a God was involved and that your mother did not just get lucky? Or did she maybe clap you on the back to try to get you breathing again? Take something out of your mouth? Make sure that you weren't choking? Okay, there seems to be a lot of details that are missing here. I don't know of a mother.
Yeah.
If a child is turning blue, I do not know of a mother that would literally just take their child out of their car seat and lay them on the ground and start praying. They would try to clear their airway, clap them on the back to get them breathing again, or do something, maybe even call 911. So
Yeah, so there was also like a little part of the story that was like kind of missing out, but it's just like that part is really what kind of like stuck me a little bit, because I did believe it was from God, because
how do you know it was
there
true?
was
But how do you know that's true?
how I do is because when I go to places with family members, they remember that. It's kind of embarrassing that they remember that.
But it's their story that they're telling to you.
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Yeah.
How do you know that they are not just telling you their bias? How do you know that the God exists to do what you think it's doing?
I just like, honestly, I just believe it like in my heart, like that there is a God as well.
I'm asking you why.
Why? Because there's no way that that people could come out of nowhere and save somebody like that.
Nobody claims that.
Wait, what?
Nobody claims that people came out of nowhere. Nobody claims that everything came from nothing, except for theists. People who believe in a God, they do believe that everything was made out of nothing. That God literally actualized everything in existence out of nothingness. That's what y'all believe.
No, like
we don't believe that.
Some Christians, they have experiences with what they believe is angels and
confirmation bias.
Yeah, hallucinations happen all the time.
Yeah, confirmation bias. They have experiences of what they expect to experience, or they interpret experiences through the lens of that, or they misinterpret specific events like hallucinations and dreams as being things that are real. None of this has ever been confirmed to angels not been confirmed to exist. We have geographical biases. Individuals who are not Christians, okay, don't have the same experiences. Okay, so we understand what the brain does. I'm asking you, like, why do you believe it exists? Do you have a rational reason as to why it exists, or do you just believe it because it makes you feel good?
The rational the rational reason why I do believe in God is because it's also a lot of things that have happened, and based off the word and based off of everything
The word
that's
is
been
the claim.
happening. Yeah. And just
It's not the
based off
evidence.
that, it was
We're
like
asking for
stuff that
evidence.
Yeah. It's
evidence?
Yeah,
Yeah, we're asking for evidence. The word is the claim.
Yeah, the book is the claim. How do you know that the book is true? Or how do you know that the supernatural claims or that the God claims in the book, how do you know that those claims are true? And they're not just mythology.
So with the book, and to believe like the book, it's kind of like weird, because so with a lot of like Christians, they believe that there was people that lived back then, and so because of that reason, they just believe that all these people were actually like people from back of whatever BC, and that Jesus actually came here, and
okay, I'm not
based
sure.
off that, it's like a
I'm not sure that you're
feeling.
I'm not sure that you're following. How do you know that the supernatural claims in the Bible are true? Do you know that they're true, or do you simply believe that they are because you've been told that they're true?
I believe them. Yeah.
Okay, do you believe them because you know them to be true, or because you have been told they are true by other people?
I know they're true.
Okay, how do you know that they're true? How did you look in the Bible and say it is a true fact that the Jesus character walked on water? How do you know that that is a true statement?
How I know that's a true statement is because there's nobody that have been able to walk on water, and
but it's only a claim in the book.
It's a claim. It's claiming that it happened. How do you know that it is true? It's not stating for a fact. The book simply states that it happened. The Iliad states that, the Odyssey states that Odysseus did stuff. Okay? The Iliad has its own events. So, but it doesn't mean those events happened. Okay? The Bhagavad Gita, the Tao Te Ching, okay, the Vedas, all make claims. Doesn't mean that those claims are true. Just like you don't accept the stuff in the Quran because you are not a Muslim. There is no reason to believe that any particular claim is true, especially supernatural claim is true in the Bible, just because the Bible says it. So I'm asking you, how do you know that the supernatural claims are true? Because I don't think that you do. You just believe them because you've been indoctrinated to believe them.
The reason why I do believe that the Bible is true is because all the prophecies in the Bible have either become or is happening at the moment.
Okay.
No, none of them have.
If we walked down it if we went down it, this is why I can't stand talking about the Bible, because we got to go verse by verse. It's such a pain in the ass. If I could literally show you that none of those prophecies came true, and that Christ is not the Messiah.
And they're all post hoc rationalizations.
Yeah, it's all just post hoc rationalizations and Christian interpolations after the fact, a fallacy of post-diction. If I could do that for every single one of those for every single one of those prophecies, would that change your mind?
We can give it a shot, I would say.
No, I'm just asking you, would it? If I show you that the evidence you're pointing at is in fact not evidence, would that change your position?
Probably not.
Okay, that's where we have a major problem. So my question then is, again, how are you rationally justifying your belief in this if you're not even willing to alter your position in the face of new evidence?
I actually don't know how to answer that one.
It's okay, but at least you understood the question. So maybe mold that question over a bit. Okay? Because I can tell you right now, both Earl and I will be more than willing to change our position if provided a rational justification to do so. If you demonstrate that if you demonstrated that your God exists, we'd have no choice but to accept it as a thing that is true. It wouldn't make us Christians, but we wouldn't be atheists anymore.
I wouldn't worship the asshole, but
right.
I definitely believe he existed.
Yeah, that's another question. Whether or not it's worthy of being worshipped is something entirely different. Okay?
Wait, but I have a question about something. Why do you think Jesus Christ is a word?
Is a what?
An A word. Yeah.
Wait, Christ,
I can't.
Why do you think Christ is an asshole?
Yeah.
I think God's an asshole.
Yeah. I could give you like 50 different verses from the Bible that show that Christ, that the Jesus character was nothing more than a megalomaniacal dickhead. He's a megalomaniacal cult leader, saying shit like, hate your family if they don't love me, abandon them and follow me, implying that those who have castrated themselves, who have literally cut their own testicles off, are better servants to him because they're not distracted by sex anymore. Now they could devote their love to Christ. The shit he pulled with the woman from the Canaanite woman who came to him hearing his claims, and he turned her away, and then he had to be convinced by his apostles to actually heal her. I mean, the dude was a racist dick. And there's like 50 different verses, chapter and verse in the Bible that show how he was a bigoted, racist, megalomaniacal cult leader, and who preached heretical Second Temple Judaism is what he did. And he was subsequently, nailed to a stick for his troubles. So
for breaking the law.
Wow.
So, I mean, the character is not special.
And the God of the Old Testament is an absolute bastard.
Oh, yeah. That's just a monstrous entity. But then again, the ancient Hebrews, they acknowledged it. They accepted it, that it was a monstrous entity.
Right.
Okay. If you really, just to break it down, and I'm going to be a bit indelicate here, Christianity is a cult. It is a proxy cannibalistic Blood.
Wait, cannibalistic?
Yes.
How?
What do you think the communion is?
Yeah, what is communion?
What is communion? Eating the body and blood of Christ. It is a proxy cannibalistic, blood magic ritual believing, apocalyptic
Who worship a zombie.
apocalyptic death cult. That is what Christianity is. Proxy cannibalism via the communion, blood sacrifice ritual, blood sacrifice ritual believing. That's the cross. That's the crucifixion. Apocalyptic, they're waiting for the rapture and the end of days so that they can rejoin their God and the end for Christ to show up, defeat the devil, and usher in the 1,000 years of peace, whatever. Apocalyptic death cult. In order for them to achieve what they want, they have to die.
And wearing a symbol of a torture device is creepy.
Right. Like, you think about it, if Christ came back, like if any of this shit was true, and Christ came back and saw a bunch of his followers wearing as a symbol of him the device that he was murdered on. Really?
Gross.
That's how you're going to honor him? It's a death cult. They're obsessed with death. They're obsessed with death. They're obsessed with sex. They're apocalyptic. They want to die en masse so they can reunite with their God. And it is proxy cannibalism and blood sacrifice magic believing. It's a dark and ugly thing. Gross.
I do believe that Christians have like a weird obsession with like sexual stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
I met a lot of perverted Christians lately, and I was surprised.
Weirdly like preoccupied with it, especially sex between the same genders.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah.
No, I mean, they're weirdly obsessed with it. I myself am LGBTQ. I'm bi. Okay, I've had boyfriends in the past. I'm currently married to my wife. Been with my wife for 22 years. 22 years this September.
Yeah.
So, but I have had boyfriends in the past. There's nothing weird about it. I'm bisexual. Some people are gay. Some people are lesbian. Some people are,
I mean, it's like kind of weird to fetishize a group of people.
So,
yeah.
The important thing is that keeping oneself intellectually honest, self-evaluating, looking at why you believe things over other things. Why do you believe it's true? Asking yourself that question. Why do you believe it's true? Self-evaluate, reassess. Ask yourself the difficult questions. And most importantly, if the people above you who you trust as authority figures at any point ever tell you that you should not be asking questions or that it's not your place to ask, okay, or that it's there is no answer because it's like divine mystery, that it's a mystery of God. If any time information is being withheld from you or you were told not to pursue truth, that is exactly what you need to be doing. Because anybody who wants to withhold information from you means that there is something they don't want you to know. And Christianity is guilty of that.
Mm-hmm.
So never stop asking questions.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anytime. And remember, we do this every third Sunday, so you're more than welcome to come up and chat about anything in the future. Okay?
Okay. Also, by the way, if I came off I was rude in the way that I'm speaking, I just like woke up.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. You were great. This is one of the better conversations we've had. Yeah. One of the better conversations we've had with theists. These are the conversations I love to have. Okay.
Yes.
Not the ones coming up here to troll me and do whatever, but these are the good conversations.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I generally wanted to like say hi to you guys and like because I saw this like going and I was like, you know what, I'm probably just gonna like join and stuff. But I also especially I came here today not really to convert anybody, because that's not really what I'm trying to do as a Christian, because of like the whole like stuff that was in the Bible, and it was like there's clearly like Bible verses in the Bible that say do not try to convert people or force people into conversion. So I just came here just to like speak and So if it did sound like that, I apologize because that is not my intentions.
Oh no, you
not at all.
Yeah, you were great. You were fantastic. My live chat is like James Apperson. I loved your attitude and personality. Kalasia 789. Good to see you, Kalasia. Thanks so much for being here. Honest callers make for great conversations. They really do. GeoSam, honesty is a good starting point, which isn't always offered. Great stuff. Okay. Jeff C says you just freaked her out, JL. I don't think I know. Oh, hopefully not. But like I said, the important thing is always be willing to self-assess, ask questions. Intellectual honesty is really important. And like I do the stage every third Sunday. Taco, the admin here, he does the stage on the first Sunday here on Politics Discord, the first Sunday of the month. So anytime you have questions, we're more than welcome. You're more than welcome to come up and we'll talk about it, answer questions that you may have or digress on various topics. You're always welcome.
Okay. Anyway, have a nice day. And stuff, and I hope you guys have a good conversation.
Awesome. Thank you.
With all these people.
Definitely.
Do I just press a little leave box thing, or do you guys send me down?
Yeah, I can put you back down in the audience. Have a great one.
Have a great one.
Good. It was I always remember Last Samurai. It was a good conversation.
Yes.
Always want to have a good. This was a good conversation. Ken Watanabe is one of my favorite actors. I love him so much. 8-bit.
Howdy. Hey, how's it going?
Thank you for being patient. I appreciate that. I saw a brand new name up there and want to give him a shot. So what's up, dude? What can we do for you?
Yeah. Plus I was busy at the arguing at the time. Anyway, so last time I tried to make the case for objective morality. I said I should look into a few things to better my argument. So I want to try to make the negative case for objective morality. If that's okay.
Wait, that it doesn't exist, or
no, the negative case for it. So basically, the negation of the alternative.
Oh, you want to negate moral anti-realism?
Yeah.
Which is just basically moral subjectivism, moral relativism, stuff like that. Okay, so
yeah, any of those.
Okay, so you want to also like negating that they're subjective, therefore they must necessarily be mind and stance independent.
No, that
because that's what objective morality is. Well, that they still would be coherent because their coherency is based upon their relative relationship. So. But objective morality would be moral distinctions. It would be the statement that moral distinctions are mind stance independent.
Right.
JL and I disagree on this definition. But.
We actually, Earl, we actually don't. Once we hammered it out, I remember the conversation. Is that mind stance independent? Being that there is something that there can't be a mind that is being referenced for why ought a thing be. So if there is a mind that's being referenced, whether it's your own or another mind, it's going to be definitionally subjective. That just means mind dependent. And then stance dependent is just the context that applies to why we're applying it there. So your stance can be different from somebody else's stance, but that's just one thing we would expect to see. So
it's within a mind, so that defining it by mind dependency is silly.
Wait. I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that.
All morality has to exist within a mind, so distinguishing between mind dependent and mind independent is useless.
Well, I mean, that's why we say that's why moral realism is not a thing that exists. It's a thing that people can posit, but it's not. I mean, there has to be a referent, and so that's what we're talking about here. But if he wants to make the case for moral realism, that's what I'm curious about, because I'd have to know what the referent is that dictates what moral distinctions ought to be. Modally. So,
right. Yeah. Okay.
Right. One of the things I remember you bringing up was something about the Platonic forms, on that subject that you two were just talking about. You kept bringing up something about the Platonic forms, which I don't think that morality exists just independent of people or whatever.
Right.
It's not intrinsic either. It exists as a relationship of people to reality. So
two other people.
it- it's
Yeah. So
yeah,
for,
kind of like how you believe the properties of rocks are objective, right?
So the properties that are assigned to them are subjective. That's how we are describing them. Okay, because what is mind independent hardness? What is the context in which we're saying that a thing is hard in reference to what? So these
But we
things
create an objective standard.
we in relation. Okay, so the distinction here is this.
You can discover their properties.
Well, the distinction is this. In the grand scope of it, okay, the rules of chess are subjective. There is no mind independent source for what the rules of chess ought to be. Okay, there's not something that out there says this is what the game of chess is, bam, and that is what it always is. No, the name chess, the rules of chess, the function of the board, whatever, all of that is completely subjective. However, if the goal, the relative thing that's being referenced, if the goal of two people is to, agreed upon goal is to win a game of chess, if that's the goal we agree to, then it becomes objectively true that we ought play by the rules of chess to determine a winner of a game of chess. So the objective notion is only objective as a result of its relationship to the prior established goal. So there's a prior established external referent that has truths entailed by that local because of the relationship there. But foundationally, ontologically, they are subjective in nature. So in a particular scenario, like in our social system, it is objectively true that people ought not grape, okay, because of the goals that have been established priorly by our society. Right. But that doesn't make graping objectively, mind independently, stance independently true that it is immoral. It is technically the action is amoral. There is no distinction either way in a cosmic sense or a universal sense. But in our societal sense, yes, it is, because of its relationship to the goals of the society. So objectively true in by virtue of its relationship, but as a standalone concept is subjective in nature. Mind dependent, mind stance dependent, because that which constitutes what grape is, like how we define what it is, could be different from culture to culture. Right? So that's the important distinction here. I understand that people may view that as being problematic, but that's just a natural result of these things being mind dependent. We are going to run into problems, but that doesn't justify us running around and claiming that they are objectively true just to try and solve that problem, which is what theists try to do by appealing to the God without realizing that appealing to another agent that references nothing external of itself, they're still saying that it's relativistic. It's still subjective.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I would agree that theist grounding it in God is basically making it subjective and relativistic. But like I don't necessarily agree with your chessboard analogy, because reality is what it is. It's not, created by a mind. So the properties of rocks, they just simply are part of rock, but they don't exist independent of the rock. They exist in relationship of the rock to reality. That's what I was saying. We're trying to get at. That makes sense?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
okay.
it's relativistic. Yeah, we assign these things. So, if there are no minds, what is hardness?
Right.
But independent, like regardless of if any mind exists, what hardness measures would still, that property would still be part of the rock.
Assumes that assumes that the term hardness is specifically referencing that, which that is not the standard. These are arbitrary terms that we use to describe particular things. You could call it flim flam is the measure. If flim flam is the measurement of flim flarm, that doesn't tell you anything, because these are mind dependent. We need the referent. The referent is what is important. If there is no referent, what do words mean? Just like the whole concept, God is good, in reference to what exactly? How is good a coherent term if nothing exists but the God itself? There's no not good to provide a necessary coherency for what the term good is. So we can't understand it. It's literally just God is good, good is God, God equals God. It's uninformatively tautological. So we need the referent, right? What we're talking about.
Sure, but in those properties of the rock, they would still be referent, but they would exist as part of the rock in relationship to reality.
Okay, does hardness exist?
Regardless
Does hardness exist if there is no mind to articulate or reference the thing and saying that thing is harder than something else?
I mean, that property that hardness measures would, and that's what I'm getting at.
Okay, but in relation to something else, what is hard without a relationship to something that is softer than it? So if like the rock exists alone and there is a human, okay, no, but if the rock and the human are the only thing that exists, and the human looks at the rock and says that is hard, in reference to what exactly? There is nothing else that exists to point at. These are all relational. They all require reference, or they're relative to one another. That's the important thing. So these are abstract concepts that we come up with in order to assign to things that we observe in reality. There's no problem with that. So,
yeah, but like, I'm not sure if we're on the same page.
Well, I mean, as far as morality go, moral distinctions. Okay, morality is just the capacity to make distinctions between what we subjectively determine to be good and bad or right and wrong. Okay, morality is just making distinctions. It does not, like the term morality doesn't reference or specifically state what is or is not moral or immoral. Those distinctions are made by agents in reference to what they're talking about. Like that thing is immoral because of this. That thing is moral because of this. All right? So when you talk about moral realism, you're stating that the statement can be made, this is moral. Flat. There is no referent.
Yeah.
It is just objectively mind and stance independently true. So my question is, how are you justifying that? Like, what are you appealing to? That is not a mind or another agent.
Well, hold on a second. Seat cushion. There we go. Well, I said that I would be trying to make the negative case for objective morality, right?
That's so it's true by virtue of subjective, like moral subjectivism being false.
Correct.
Okay.
Or
so
moral anti-realism.
So how are moral distinctions? How is it impossible for moral distinctions to be mind dependent?
Well, let's see.
I'm curious what the P not P is there.
I think like close the door. It's distracting. Oh, there we go. So I remember something you said earlier, so I can work from there.
The P not P in moral distinctions being subjective or mind dependent, mind stance dependent. So if you're saying that is impossible, what is the P not P?
Well, hold on a sec. Well, in any argument you make, you end up making an objective moral claim, because by virtue of arguing, you are saying several things implicitly. That there is an objective reality that exists, that believing things that are true is better than believing things that are false, and that we ought to believe things that are true. And as well as, this is what I believe to be true, and that you ought to believe it.
Well, so, those are still subjectively derived because there is context. There is a context dependency there. We're saying that in this context, we're referencing the context when we say why a thing is immoral. But that context can be interpreted differently by somebody else. One culture can hold that killing someone, that challenging someone to a fight to the death, killing them and taking all their shit, that is immoral. But there's another culture that views it as highly moral. In fact, one of the highest morals, and it's called the home gong. and was a thing that was done. Challenge someone else to Mortal Kombat. If you beat them and you kill them because it's to the death, you get all their shit. You get their wife, you get their kids, you get their house, you get all their gear, with the promise that you will take care of them as they were your own. So people would say that's barbaric. Oh, that's terrible. Why would anybody do that? But in one culture, it weeds out the weak and ensures the survival of the strongest. Okay? So in one culture, it's moral. The other culture, it's not. These are the context is different. And it's still subjectively derived. So how is this not subjective?
Well, I mean, I remember.
Yeah, just going off of like your statement that it's impossible. So that would imply a P not P distinction. Because if it's logically possible, I can conceptualize what that's like. So it's obviously not logically possible. There is no P not P. I can conceptualize a universe that exists no God. At least tells me that it's logically possible, because you can't conceptualize logically impossible things. Okay, logically contradictory things. Right. There's no logical contradiction in a godless universe or universe that comes about by natural, non-random processes. So we know it's at least logically possible. The same thing with moral relativism or moral anti-realism. I can conceptualize that these things are entirely subjective and relativistically applied. Therefore, it's logically possible. So it's weird that you'd make the statement that it's impossible.
So, I was arguing on Taco's Discord the other day about this. It's just like when it comes to trying to actually talk about it, it's a little harder for me for whatever reason.
That's okay. Take your time. As a matter of fact,
yeah.
While you're doing it, Earl, I actually am. I have somebody waving me at the side real quick. I have to step for a moment. I'm going to put it in your capable hands. I will be back shortly. 8-bit. Just go ahead and take your time with it. Don't rush. And I will be right back with everybody.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So,
I'm a little less intense, so go ahead.
I mean, like, where do you stand so far on my argument? So we can get up to speed. And...
As far as I think we might be on the same page.
Okay.
I don't take the. I think that trying to define something as something like morality in terms of mind dependent and mind independent is entirely silly. I don't see that there needs to be a distinction. I don't think that needs to even be brought up, because morality cannot exist in anywhere else but a mind. So trying to just say mind dependent, mind independent, it matters little when it has to, by definition, be in a mind to have it at all. So I'm of the opinion that since it always exists within a mind, that those minds then need that morality then exists in a relationship between two people, obviously with minds, who then have to agree on an objective standard.
Okay, so well, getting back to my, I see what you're saying. So one could say like the action of if you were to kick or something, that action exists in your mind, but I mean it's still
it's an action that exists. It's an action that's made external by your mind. Yeah.
Sure, but you wouldn't say a kick is objective, right? Or is subjective, right? Because it's.
Would I say?
Sorry.
Repeat that again.
Where was I? Yeah, this happens sometimes. I'm autistic, so sometimes verbal communication is difficult.
Yeah, you and me both, babe.
So,
It's fine.
okay, so my like remember my whole analogy with the properties of rocks?
Yeah.
My argument is that morality exists objectively as a relationship of people to reality and other
Mhm.
people. So
Yeah, I agree.
I would say that morality is objective morality is grounded in objective facts about reality and our objective nature and requirements for life as rational beings, because we are human beings. We are a rational species. That means
Yes, and
that
I would say
reason is our not only our primary but only means of survival. So in order to survive, we have to use reason. So
correct. Yes, and I would
yeah,
agree. I would extend that to be that the way for it to be objective has to be in all times, in all places, in all contexts.
yeah. So there are. So you understand that there are certain things we need in order to survive: food, water, shelter, stuff like
Yeah, of
that,
course.
right? So would it not also extend to certain actions that are detrimental or beneficial to our survival as humans, as rational beings,
I've
right?
actually made the argument that grape is the only objective immoral action that we as humans are capable of.
Okay. Well, I mean, I would agree that it is immoral. I wouldn't say it's the only one. Um, and I think that um, what makes uh, rape immoral um, is a little more fundamental than that specific act itself, because in the act you are effectively uh, taking something from
Yes,
someone. You're
it's theft.
initiating
Yes.
force against them.
Yes.
Um, so that would extend to something like, say, theft or murder.
Right. But
Right.
thievery isn't it is theft, but it's theft of something that is theft has to be for it to just be theft, right? It has to have value. The thing that you're stealing has to have value of a monetary or of some tangible metric.
Well,
Grape does not have that, so it's not just theft.
well, I mean, I would say they're taking your body for a certain amount of time. So
Yes, but what is
that
that worth?
could, I mean, how are we measuring value? I mean,
That's my point.
everyone values um, their property differently.
Right,
So
but that's my point. There
either
is
way, it's still a violation of their property, both theft and grape.
yes, but it has to have a tangible value. There is no tangible value for somebody's body and sense of self.
Sure, but either way, why does it have to have value
Because
in
that's
some
what the
sort of
definition of theft.
objective? Well, I mean, wouldn't it just simply be taking of someone's property without their permission?
Yes, but what is property? Property is something you own.
Right. And you own your body.
But it has no value.
So you still own it. Even if it didn't. I mean, it does have value. You value it. There's the okay, are we talking like objective value or value in the sense of things that we pursue?
I'm speaking of an objective value by a metric that we can
But
that's tangible.
Well, that's
but
kind of the kicker, is that
either
because there
way,
is a metric that entails
Right.
that it's stance dependent.
I
Because the metric is what informs the stance.
Correct.
I'm not sure about that.
That which constitutes value, that which constitutes value, that which constitutes these things. Because how we say, what is this thing? What are the criteria that indicate this? And if we disagree on the criteria, then we have a context. In which context are these things? And then we relativistically apply these things going forward. So we see this throughout human history. So
Let's see. Where was I? Yeah, where was I?
not sure. I'm
I
just,
don't know.
I'm just, let me ask you this. See if we can get some forward momentum. Is there some objective issue, like some mind independent, stance independent issue with moral distinctions being mind dependent?
Well, if they're mind dependent, then there's no reason why, like if all morality is subjective, then there's no reason why anyone ought to do these things you consider moral.
There's no mind independent reason, yes, but there are mind dependent reasons why. I mean,
if they're mind,
the thing that they're relative to is what provides the context for the ought.
if they're mind dependent, then there's no reason why we ought to do them.
No, there is. There's subjective reasons why. Because of the goals that we want to attain, because the goals we want to accomplish.
But
so that is still a reason. It's subjective, yes, but it is still a reason.
Being subjective doesn't make it not mean more.
Right.
Or mean less.
Less. Yeah, exactly right.
Right.
Earl's 100% right on that. They are still subjective. Yes, I agree. But they still exist. We want to have, the goal is to have a society that does a particular thing. Predominantly say we want a society that emphasizes or facilitates the maximizing of well-being for all of its participants. Therefore, to accomplish that goal, we ought limit the society from doing certain things or punish certain things, make them illegal, okay? Or try to weed them out, stop them where we can, disincentivize certain behaviors that contradict or countermand the goal, the established agreed upon goal. We see that. And we still will run into people who lack the empathy, because you remember empathy is a naturally evolved capacity. We see people who lack the empathy, or maybe they just flat out disagree. Okay, they disagree. Well, that's why we have a legal system. That's why we have discourse. But in the end, these things are still subjective. They're still mind stance dependent. Honor killing, that is still a thing that is done today, is considered one of the highest morals in one culture. It's considered murder in our culture. Because honor is not a justification for taking another life, but it sure as shit is in other cultures. Mm-hmm. Right? So what's murder here is not murder there in a legal or moral sense. So,
but the problem with arguing that it is that morality is subjective, you are making an objective moral claim that this is something that is true of reality, that I ought
because as a collective, we've agreed.
Well, can I finish? Saying.
Well, it's not making a mind independently true statement. It's making it's observing that the abstract, what it's referring to, that the distinctions themselves are subjective.
But by arguing at all, you're making an implicit moral claim.
No, I'm actually not. I'm making the claim that these things are. No, I'm making the claim that these things are inherently amoral.
Which
is not a moral claim. Morality doesn't apply to them in an objective sense.
But in the act of making an argument, that the act of arguing itself carries with it implicit moral claims.
No, it's not. They're not implicit. No,
yes,
they're not. No, they're not. Because we're agreeing that they are subjective and mind dependent. The result of arguing
talking about the act of arguing itself.
No, we're simply arguing that they are subjective in nature. Okay, the logical entailment of that is that these actions are inherently amoral, that moral distinctions don't apply to them in any kind of objective sense. Okay, that objectively, mind stands independently, all of these actions are amoral. They're just actions. That's all they are. And that the distinction of morality is applied subjectively and relativistically by agents observing the action.
Okay, but by claiming that all morality is subjective,
or moral
there's no
distinctions. Moral
reason-
distinctions are subjective, yes.
sure, what have you. You're basically undermining your own position, because then there's no objective reason why I ought to agree with that statement.
I already agreed with that. It's not an undermining, because the goal is still subjectively derived. We agree upon a goal we want to accomplish, and there are things that we ought do to accomplish that goal. That's the relativistic part. It's still relative.
But by saying that morality is subjective,
right,
there's no reason why I ought to agree that morality is subjective.
No mind-independent reason, but there is a subjective reason. You want to remain a part of the society and enjoying its benefits.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want to remain a part of the society and enjoying its benefits, feel free to do as you please. But there are consequences within the society. So that's the relativistic part of it. It's subjective. If you don't want to, then don't. But be prepared. There will be backlash. If you don't want to be a part of the society because you disagree with the moral constraints of the society, then leave the society. But if you do agree with them, then you uphold them to remain a part of society, sustain the society, and enjoy the benefits of the society. That's it. It's completely mind stance dependent.
Mm-hmm. Crickets?
Yeah, if you want to win the game, you ought to play by the rules of the game. You want to have a society that maximizes the well-being of all of its participants, you ought to do the things that maximize that. If you don't want that,
defining well-being?
So we come together to agree upon what that looks like, which is creating scenarios that maximize the health, happiness, security, safety. All these things go into general well-being. That people are healthy, that people are happy, generally happy, that people are secure, that people are not afraid. Okay? That we're not living in constant terror. Shit like that.
Sure.
These go towards what we would call, subjectively as a society, well-being. A state of contentment and happiness over a state of perpetual fear and misery.
But if it's subjective, then wouldn't any other possible options also be equally valid?
You could, it's not a matter of validity. It just depends upon how you're defining these things. This is how our society defines them. Just like I said, we define murder very, very specifically in this society, but another society may not include certain actions as being murderous. For example, honor killings. Honor killing in the States is immoral because it is declared to be immoral because it is against the law. It is murder. There is no justification. Honor is not a justification for committing the act, but in another culture, it is, and so is not murder there. Right?
Or the death penalty in this country.
Let me ask you this. If you say you took another person's life and you did it fully believing that you had justification to do so. That's why you did it. You believed you were justified in doing it and you did it. But then the society examines the evidence and they say you didn't have justification. So therefore you did commit murder. In your mind, you didn't. You had full-on justification. Therefore, it wasn't. It was a justifiable homicide. It was not murder. They say, the society says, nope, you're wrong. It's murder. The question is, did you commit murder in any kind of a mind stance independent sense?
Assuming that, like, when I committed the act, it was a legitimate act of self-defense, then no, I did not commit murder.
That's your determination, but society determines otherwise.
Well, no.
So then the question becomes, when you're in this scenario, the question then becomes, did you commit murder in any kind of a mind stance independent sense?
Yeah, I would say that
no, because you're subjective. The answer is no, because subjectively
no.
You determined you had justification, and the society subjectively is determined that you did not. So you did not commit murder in any kind of a mind independent sense. You committed murder in a subjective sense, as agreed upon by the society and the standards of the society. Right? So it's subjective.
Is rape subjective then, as to whether someone committed an act of rape?
So in the society, we define it as such. We have a definition for that. Okay, we have a very specific definition, a legal determination for what constitutes rape. All right.
So,
but if that's different in another society, just like murder does not cover all acts, the act of rape would not cover all acts in one society. It's not a universal application, because in some societies, it could be stated that they could agree, that the society could agree, if you are strong enough to do that act, it is not, because your strength has given you justification. We would not agree with that. Okay. This society would not agree. We disagree. It says, no, bodily autonomy is important. But another culture may say bodily autonomy is important, but not as important as the continuation of the strongest of our members. So if an individual is strong enough to actually do it, if they're strong enough to actually do it, then they did it, and then they have justification because they were strong enough to do it. So therefore, it's justified. Obviously, our society would view that as being barbaric. Their society doesn't. See?
So effectively, you're claiming that is more or less might makes right.
One society could hold that as a standard. We don't.
Sure, but
technically we shouldn't be holding that as a standard. But yeah.
But by making it what is morally justified a matter of what society decides, it's basically ruled by majority. So the majority makes what is right. So effectively, might makes right.
Effectively, well, yeah, majority, yeah, you could say that, but strength in and of itself, just like the majority of it. I mean, you could make an argument for that. We do agree with that, but violence in and of itself, we make distinctions between these things. If the unified majority of the voices all say one thing, then that's the direction that we go in. Okay.
But what makes the majority
they're not correct in any objective sense. They're correct in the sense that the society has agreed upon what goals we want to accomplish. So that's the direction we must move, but we're not always going to get universal agreement.
But like, say, let's say we have a society of 10 people and 9 of them agree that they're going to grape the 10th. Like, does that make it right?
Subjectively, I mean, there is no, the act itself is amoral. Okay, the person who's being assaulted will likely view it as being immoral because it's an attack on them. But the 9 says so. It's in that particular society they would view it as being moral, that they needed to do it or they justified doing it. Okay, dependent upon what rules their little society agreed to live by. If they violate their own rules, then by definition, analytically, they're doing something immoral because they're violating the very rules that they agreed to. Okay, but that's not immoral in any kind of an objective sense of a mind stance independent sense. It's only objectively wrong as in relationship to the prior established rules. But in a vacuum by itself, the act itself is amoral. Okay? So ultimately, looking at hypotheticals like this is just an appeal to consequences fallacy. Because you're saying, well, what about this problem? Doesn't matter. We acknowledge that that it's difficult. We acknowledge that there are problematic entailments. That doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means that is a natural state of things, you know?
Well, but I don't agree with this. So, because you're essentially making an argument that that slavery was moral at one point.
If the society itself that was conducting it did conclude that it was, they're saying that it was subjectively. So subjective to that society, it was moral to them. But if we come up as a society and we say, no, it's wrong because we value different things. Remember the valuations. If we value an individual's autonomy and their freedom and we value that over like someone's like capital, like or someone's like resources or whatever, if we say that white people are not, if we say equality is important here, that society over there says white people are more valuable than black people over there. We can disagree with that. All right. So society is so slavery is illegal in our society, but it's legal over there because because that society agrees upon different value standards of valuation. All right. So subjectively,
right, but
we determine it's immoral. That's it. We subjectively we've agreed upon the fact, mind and stance dependently, we've agreed that slavery is immoral. But that doesn't hold as a universal.
I mean, slavery does act as like an economic sinkhole, is incredibly inefficient as a way to produce goods and services.
Agreed.
So a society that permits slavery is going to be worse off than one where it is either allowed to a far lesser extent or if not banned outright entirely.
Well, slavery isn't what fell the Roman Empire. So
it's what fell the South.
Because they were outnumbered. Because they were outnumbered by the North.
Well, it wasn't just that they were outnumbered. It's just that slavery was a far less efficient way for.
Well, it's true. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But it wasn't slavery that felled them. It was their insistence on holding on to it, and the fact that there was a greater force that said no. So, bam. So the greater majority said no. And they said, well, we're not going to listen. It's like, well, yes, you will. So this applies. Thus, Civil War. That was one of the many reasons that triggered that event. But in that respect, it wasn't slavery. It wasn't the institution of slavery that felled Rome. Okay, that led to the separation between the Western Empire, or the Byzantine Empire, and the Western Roman Empire and the Byzantine, or was it? Yeah, the Western Empire and the Byzantine Empire. Rome didn't split and begin to die off because of slavery. Did it because of like disease and war. So.
I mean, I would say slavery was a contributing factor, but sure. There was it was compounding factors, really. I would say it's more.
Oh yeah, you had the servile wars, shit like that. Shit with Spartacus, the Third Servile War and stuff like that. But Rome pretty much had it on lock. It was wars with other countries in their efforts to conquer them, political divisions because they were spread too thin, and disease.
Right.
Yeah, that ultimately led to their downfall. Yeah, as people have pointed out in my live chat, slavery was virtually the lifeblood of the Roman Empire.
That and just like way too much state power.
Right. Yeah. Political bullshit and all kinds of stuff like that. But ultimately, to kind of bring it back around, I understand that there will be that people will have difficulties with not saying that these things are like objectively true. The importance is understanding that, yes, we acknowledge that they are subjective. We acknowledge that they are relativistically applied. And we acknowledge that this presents issues like, well, what if I disagree with them? Okay. We acknowledge all of that. But we can still have a functioning society that deals with this. This is why we have a legal system. It's why we have a judicial system. Okay, is to cover the spread, that not everybody's going to agree with the laws that are applied. We don't expect that to happen, which is why we have the systems that we have in place, okay, to protect the majority from those who may disagree or those who functionally cannot agree because they are, mentally ill or for whatever reason, psychopaths, sociopaths, antisocial individuals. Okay. Whatever. The uneducated and the ignorant. All right. So we have those. Is it perfect? No. Can it be perfect? Probably not. I don't think there is any version of what would be a perfect society. So, because what denotes perfection in terms of like social living? How much security for how much freedom? These kinds of trade-offs. Is equilibrium, is the society in equilibrium a perfect society? I would say no. So,
Well, on that subject, you said something about psychopaths and sociopaths. The system we have attracts those people into it, though. How do you create such a system that ensures that those people stay out of it?
Well, okay, so people like that are born into the society. It's a natural result of our evolution. Okay, not everybody's limbic system, so it depends upon their behavior. Yes, there are certain areas of our society where psychopathic or sociopathic traits do benefit them at the expense of others, but not in illegal ways.
It's when like the governance itself.
Well, I mean, we could pass laws, but the laws we have do benefit people who have sociopathic and psychopathic tendencies to a degree. But there is a too far.
There's more than just to a degree. I would say it's more than just to a degree.
Well, I mean, an individual a CEO who has psychopathic tendencies, who is willing to like make decisions that affect thousands upon thousands of individuals to their detriment for the benefit of him and his board, and he doesn't give a shit about it because they have psychopathic tendencies. There's no illegality in that.
Well, it's not so much that there's an illegality; it's that they have the government backing them up.
Right.
Things like bailouts and.
So we either
regulations that stifle competition.
Right. So we either change the society or we leave the society. It's one of the two.
But it's effectively sociopaths looking out for other sociopaths in that sense. You have the sociopaths in government who are passing these laws and the bailouts and whatnot.
I'd agree.
For the sociopaths in companies. Now, suppose you took that system away. What do you think would happen to these sociopaths in these companies?
Well,
what do you think would happen to those companies?
Well, they might fall. They might restructure. It's hard to say. I mean,
restructure how?
We draw the line. We draw the line with the violation of certain laws. A CEO may be a psychopath or a sociopath and do things within the bounds of the law that are deeply harmful, but are still within the bounds of the law just by virtue of capitalism. But if they start Patrick Batemaning people, that's different.
Sure. But I'm saying if we get rid of these structures that, government structures that, keep these psychopathic businesses afloat, don't you think that we would see far fewer psychopaths running companies?
We would, obviously, because we would try to weed them out. But welcome
to anarcho-capitalism, brother.
Okay, yeah, but what does that even look like, though? Could those companies run as efficiently and sustain the economy as well as an individual who has the capacity to make hard decisions? Because when running companies like that, you have to be able to make hard decisions. Getting analysis paralysis when you're the CEO of a mega corporation is not going to fly. You've got to make difficult decisions. And individuals who can do that without batting an eye, that's why they're successful.
Right. Well, not all psychopaths are evil people. There's I forget what his name is, but he's like some sort of researcher. He found out he's a psychopath. He's not a bad guy. He's pretty affable. If I can find the video, I'll send it to you on Discord. I think he did a TED Talk. And they're.
I think I know who you're talking about. A lot of autistic people can score really high on the psychopath scales.
I would not be surprised as an autistic person. But yeah. I was like, there we go. But yeah, if we got rid of these government structures that keep these psychopaths afloat, we would have less psychopaths running things. But as far as your analysis paralysis, I think was that, did I get that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
analysis paralysis, real,
yeah,
a very real thing.
I mean, like we would. I'm pretty sure that if a company was pretty successful, it's probably because the person in charge, didn't have that in the first place. But another thing is, like if was it
So something to point out, Leo Phileas is in my live chat right now, and he'd like to point out anarcho-capitalism is a meaningless term. Capitalism requires a centralized state apparatus to maintain the property rights laws and various legal structures and relations associated with capitalism. Capitalism cannot be anarchist. It is a hierarchical system in and of itself.
Yeah, agreed.
So so anarcho-capitalism is kind of an oxymoron.
Okay. Hold on a sec. Let's see.
It's kind of like military intelligence or Microsoft Works.
Can either of you define capitalism? Because I think we're probably using very different uses of the term.
Like just the definition of capitalism?
Yeah, how would you define capitalism?
I guess I'm just going to appeal to the actual the term to the actual definition of it. So an economic and political. I'm saying no. I mean, I rarely talk about economics because I can't fucking stand it. I mean, economic systems being what they are, there is no absolute perfect one, and there's ones that benefit people, ones that benefit majorities, ones that benefit minorities. I don't even know what a perfect. I've never really concerned myself with it. So hold up. I've never really concerned myself with it because so long as I can afford the things that I need, as long as I have access to them and can afford them, then I'm good to go. So, but in the strictest sense, capitalism is the economic and political system in which a country's trade and industry are controlled by private owners for profit.
Okay. Let's see. So, I'm going to get my hair in the way and it's bothering me. Hold on.
An economic system where private individuals and companies own the means of production, like factories and resources, and operate them to make a profit.
Right.
There you go.
Okay.
The means of production are privately owned.
Perfect. Now, the problem with that is that's the definition I would agree with. The problem with Leo's claim is that in order for the government to be involved, like if the government is involved, then it ceases to truly be private because the government's exerting oversight, control over everything. Is it not?
You mean regulated capitalism?
I mean, if it's regulated, how is it really capitalism?
Because you can have capitalism to the absolute detriment of the people. So regulations are what ensure that the people are safe and that companies can be held accountable for the harm that they do.
I mean, I guess you're just not as familiar with the anarcho-capitalist theory.
It's an oxymoron. It's a contradiction in terms.
It's not.
Leo just explained how. Like the two terms are antithetical.
Yeah, and I'm trying to explain why that
capitalism cannot be anarchist. It is a
incoherent.
hierarchical system in and of itself.
How is well, he's claiming that anarchy is the lack of hierarchy, but anarchy is the lack of rulers. That is coercive control.
Isn't that a lack of hierarchy?
Not necessarily, because there's voluntary and coercive hierarchy. An example of voluntary hierarchy is, say, a business. Like
it's still a hierarchy.
Yeah, but a coercive hierarchy would be something like a company.
This smells like a distinction. Government. This smells like a distinction without a difference.
It's not a distinction without a difference. Anarchy means without rulers, not without hierarchy. So so rulers would be coercive control or forced hierarchy. So, say governments would be example.
While a central
we
tenet of
had-
anarchism is opposition to all forms of hierarchy, there are different schools of anarchist
That's
thought that have
not it.
nuance. That was it. They're fundamental opposition to unjust hierarchy. At its foundation, anarchism seeks to dismantle all institutional hierarchies that enforce authority and control.
Okay, that enforce authority and control. That doesn't mean without any hierarchy. It just means without the coercive ones.
Okay, so it
So,
sounds like are
state.
you trying to split the difference between hierarchy and organization? Because that's the difference.
I mean, if you want to call hierarchy anything that is
Organization doesn't mean
coercive, then
hierarchical
fine.
system, but organization doesn't imply a hierarchical system.
I mean, we can the words aren't as important as the meaning behind them that we're trying to convey, right?
Okay, so if anarchy is about organization, but it's still through no hierarchy, capitalism itself, as Leo Phillips has said, is an autocratic hierarchical system of control over the means of production.
It is not autocratic. It is entirely
capitalism is not autocratic?
No. Well, wait, what is autocratic? Is autocratic a form of authoritarianism? Because there's no
in economic
state.
Authoritarian capitalism or illiberal capitalism, economic system in which a capitalist market economy exists alongside an authoritarian government. So the capitalism in and of itself, as the private entities that maintain the control or maintain the control of the means of production, that would be autocratic because it's a sole company or it could be a sole company, which would be a monopoly, which we try to fight against, or a select group of companies that control the means of production, like the 5 or the 4 or 5 companies that supply internet in the nation because they've divvied up the nation amongst them.
Well,
that's autocratic.
It was actually the government that divvied up the nation between 4 or 5 companies.
Or the 5 primary companies that predominantly provide. I mean, there's localized areas where they don't have infrastructure, but once the big companies provide infrastructure to those rural areas, they're going to control it all. So Lee Phillips says the control over the means of production is privately held. Control is not democratized. This is a form of autocratic control.
Okay, then. Okay, if that's what he means by autocratic, then autocratic doesn't sound that bad. Like from the sound of autocratic, it just made it sound like some sort of authoritarianism that is coercive control. Since it doesn't sound coercive, then fine.
Yeah, that would be authoritarian capitalism that I read earlier.
Which
we don't currently, which I don't believe we currently have. We don't currently have that authoritarian capitalism. So, but
I would also say authoritarian capitalism is a contradiction in terms.
Well, authoritarian being is the government that's managing that.
Yeah, but I mean, like if the government's managing it, then it's not really the private entities that are in control of the economics. It's the state somehow. So, and I would say that the state ultimately has at least implicit control over the economy.
So authoritarian capitalism is an economic system in which a capitalistic market economy exists alongside an authoritarian government, related to and overlapping with state capitalism, a system in which the state undertakes commercial activity. Authoritarian capitalism combines private property and the function of market forces with restrictions on dissent, complete lack of freedom of speech, or significant limits on it, and either a lack of elections or an electoral system with a single dominant political party.
Yeah, that sounds like a
countries commonly referred to as being authoritarian capitalist states include China since its economic reforms, Russia under Putin, Chile under Pinochet, Peru under Fujimori, Singapore under Yu, and military dictatorships during the Cold War, which were backed by the U.S.
Okay, but still, I would say authoritarian capitalism is a contradiction in terms, because you need, for capitalism, it has to be private entities controlling the means of production, and with an authoritarian state in charge, the state's in charge of the means of production.
The state undertakes the commercial activity. combining private property and the functioning of market forces. So
yeah, but
they're
once
controlling.
that occurs,
They're
the property is no
controlling.
longer private.
But no. The means of production are still private, but the actual
No,
like
they're
the
not.
capital, like the literal commercial activity is handled by the state. So the private owners, they produce, send their shit to the state, and the state disseminates.
But if the state's still in control, it's ultimately up to the state. The state's the one.
Right.
pulling
That's different from a
levers.
capitalistic free market economy.
Well, I mean, capitalism is a synonym for free market.
So okay. So now, for the sake of it, we've been going for a minute. I mean, economic discourse is one thing. I want to make sure that we're said like the original reason you got up. We understand that there's no logical contradiction entailed by moral anti-realism, right? We covered that spread.
I disagree with that.
So what would be the P not P there?
Still, I'm pretty sure I went over it several times already, but basically by saying that there is no objective morality, then there's no reason why anyone ought to agree that there is no objective morality.
But there is, and I heard Earl explain. But there is, and I heard Earl explain this to you. That the goal is subjective does not mean it doesn't exist. There is still reason that the ought still exists. It's just that the determination of what that ought is, like why you ought do a thing, is still subjective. There's no problem there. There is a reason, but the reason you're saying that there is no reason. There is a reason, but that reason why you ought do it is subjectively determined, relativistic to what you're trying to attain. Okay, so it still exists. So there's no P not P. There's no logical contradiction there. Can we at least put the check mark on that, and we understand that there's no logical contradiction in that moral anti-realism is not a logically contradictory position.
I still disagree.
Well, how is it logically contradictory? I understand that you have a problem with the consequences, which is just an appeal to emotion. Okay, but that doesn't mean that it's false or impossible. Because when you say it's impossible, that implies a P not P distinction. So there is no P not P distinction. I can conceptualize what that looks like. So there's no logical contradiction there. It's not impossible. I understand that you don't like the consequences of it, of like acknowledging that, or like saying, if it is the case that moral anti-realism, if that is the case that moral anti-realism is true, then this is the consequence. That doesn't matter.
It's not a matter of that.
Okay. So there's no P not P distinction.
No. I'm drawing a blank now. Dang it. Lost my train of thought. Do you think you could summarize your position in the DM, and then I can get back to you that way?
Sure, we could do it that way. Yeah, okay. we discourse it. I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, it's moral relativism. I mean, moral distinctions are subjectively derived by the agent and relativistically applied. So that's what it is. So,
like, I'm coming at this from an objectivist perspective. I think that by the way, that as you said you're like a secular humanist or something, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think as a secular humanist, you might take to objectivism. It's the most coherent philosophy I've come across. So
that could be something we could discuss, because
yeah, for another time, or through DMs. So
yeah, I'm not a big proponent of the philosophy of Ayn Rand. So. Yeah. But I mean, like I said, that's a longer discussion. But cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much I made my position on that. That's pretty. I mean, I don't think that there's an argument unless, I mean, pretty much the only thing you could run the moral realism argument from like the T-jump perspective, that there is some sort of like physical law that we have yet to discover that explains how these things are mind and stance independently true. Or you could appeal to things like Platonic forms, say like there's like the Platonic moral truth or whatever like this.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, it's
I
still.
don't think morality is exists independently of people, but I also don't think it's intrinsic. I think it exists as a relationship of humans to society, or to objective reality.
So cool. All right. Appreciate it.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, bud. So that was interesting. What do you think, Earl?
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh man.
All right. Annalie Affilius says that Ayn Rand has the absolute worst philosophy ever. She's not respected amongst philosophers at all. I strongly disagree with objectivism. That's an even longer conversation to be had. I see a bunch of new people. Horses United, Horses Unite second. Good to see you. Geo Sam, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here. Reverb Twang, good to see you. Let's see a bunch of regular people. Good to see you popping in. Thank you so much for hanging out. Jay Patrick, I saw you in there as well. Thank you so much for being here. Merlin, thank you so much. Appreciate you hanging out. Bunch of people. Make sure I caught the new faces that popped in. Ollie Man, good to see you. Hope you're doing well up there in the big scary white, the big white north, the great white north, big scary Canada. How's it up there? How's it going up there, eh?
It's too damn cold for me.
Let's have a Molson's and head over to the Timmy O's. I'm down for a honey dip. I do terrible Canadian. I really do. Terrible Canadian. All right, but I love Canada. Canada is an amazing country. I may end up having to flee there, to be depending on my views. So I may wind up having to flee there.
I've never gone anywhere cold on purpose. I'm too skinny and arthritic for that. I'd definitely head south.
Yes, we are DNA. Yeah, take off, you hoser. I mean, okay. As a voice actor, Canadian accents, you typically wind up doing like a version of like the stereotypical Canadian, but they obviously don't all speak like that. It depends on where they're from, whether Toronto, Vancouver, Quebec, like that. But it really depends upon where you're at. So I mean, I could do one, but I've never had to like do it all the time. And then of course you got like the Minnesota, like the Minnesota accent. So depending upon where you're at. So yeah, screw Canada though. Half the country speaks French and the other half lets them. Yeah. I love that fact. Well, I thought one of the coolest things I ever saw was the Canadian Prime Minister delivering his like speech that they were standing up against Trump, and he did it in English and then turned around and did it in French. And I'm like, that's a fucking boss right there. I had so much respect for him. He's like, well, deliver it in English, tell Trump to go fuck himself. And then for all you French speakers, I'm gonna deliver it in French. Tell Trump to go fuck himself. I was like, this dude is great. It's fantastic. Love it.
51st state. What the fuck?
Yeah, fucking twisted. All right. Well, it's a little after 1. We don't have any people with their hands up. And I don't have any people in my live chat who are saying like I'm totally wrong and they can destroy me, which is a shame because I get those in my live chat as well. I'm hoping we can get some other theists up. There we go. Look at that. Ask and ye shall receive. Bordy.
How did you get permission to use the stages?
Oh, one of my friends, Taco, is a server admin here.
Taco is a fat retard.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's still he's still a server admin. So he's an admin on the server on politics, and he runs his own stage on the first of the month, and he set it up for me to run on the third of the month when I broke off from the first one to do my own show. So I had an admin on the server set it up for me to do it on Sundays.
Okay. Well, did you know that
When a fat
Trapped
person
is idiot.
offers you something, you're not supposed to take it unless you know that they actually don't want to give it to you.
That sounds normative to me. So,
All right, I'll be off then. Have a good one.
Bye.
I guess
Jerk.
so. I suppose, but it doesn't matter. I was like, I love it. That's what Greg S says, fuck Ottawa. No, don't fuck Ottawa. They're good. They're good people, eh? I have no idea, Leo. I don't know what the fuck that was. I guess it's another troll. But nonetheless, I will say that I loved it when I used to have these arguments and I weighed I was 120 pounds heavier and people would literally say, but you're a fat ass. The size of my ass has no bearing on the validity of my arguments. So let me just state that. So.
Just more energy for your big brain.
Exactly. My I could have the back end of a 69 Caddy. It doesn't make my argument less valid. So.
Nobody has ever accused me of being a fat ass.
And apparently,
too damn skinny. I'd fly away in the wind.
Stiff breeze would blow her right over.
Yeah, exactly.
Apparently, President Trump's approval rating has dipped to 45%. Disapproval is 55%. Should be higher than that. It probably is higher than that.
It's definitely higher than that.
Yeah. It should be. I think the vast majority are really displeased with how he's doing it, especially with the whole release the Epstein files.
Right. And the no new wars. If I have to hear that motherfucker say that he ended 7 wars or whatever while the Congo is still like freaking the fuck out, I will lose my shit.
Right. It's insane. And I've been watching Kash Patel crash out in front of Congress and watching RFK Jr. like
the RFK Jr.
just freaking just go absolutely batshit insane. Whatever.
That man is so. I mean, he drove with a whale carcass on his car.
Right.
Like, what the hell? Man's insane.
Oh, I love it. Andrew O. But if you have a fat ass, then Sir Mix-a-Lot cannot lie. This is true. #virtue. You are right, Andrew. His anaconda don't want none.
Yeah. And Shakira's right too.
Those hips don't lie. What's up, Zen? I'm thinking you might be the last. We might close out with you today because we don't have any other hands up. We're getting close to 2:00. It sounds like a good point. So what do you got for us?
I got a question for Earl.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to you sort of talk with 8-Bit while Trail was away for a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And I sort of understood you making the claim that you believe grape would be the only objective moral I don't know how morality thing. I don't know.
The only objective immoral action that
okay.
Because I believe that it is immoral in all contexts, in all points in time, by every metric, including by species. I make that argument, yes.
Well, what's the so when moral? Do you think morality is assigned by the individual, or do you think morality is something that's found objectively in the thing?
Well, like I said before, it only occurs within minds and must be it only is relative to other people.
So what do you mean when you're saying that one is objective? Just
because at all points in time, by all cultures, even regardless of species, it's seen as, to me anyway, it's objectively immoral.
What did the Vikings say about raping women and while we're raiding villages again?
Yeah, they were.
Was that a good or a bad thing?
Bad, obviously.
Vikings thought it was bad to rape women as
Vikings knew that what they were doing was wrong. Yes. They did it as a for power.
Well, it was righteous, right? It was a reward of battle.
Right.
So it
Ask
was
the
seen as a
women
good thing.
Yeah,
No,
but
ask the
but
women
there's
that.
there's no but actions they may hold. See, that's where the relativism comes into place, because things that were disallowed within the society usually don't apply to individuals outside of the society. So the act of someone external to the society, like, don't kill each other, but feel free to kill that person over there all you want, which just goes to show is that there's a context dependency for what constitutes the act of grape.
But I don't think that any woman ever in history has ever thought that being raped was a good thing.
Well, that depends upon what they themselves believe constitutes what the act is.
Right. And I don't believe that at any point, at any time in any society ever did any woman think that rape was.
But what if their
was a good thing.
but what if their definition of what grape is doesn't match yours?
There is no definition.
There is. There is a specific definition for what the
No,
act
there's
is.
no, there's really not. If it's considered rape by the person who's experiencing it,
Okay.
So
which is universal.
No, it's not
Are
universal.
we excluding-
There isn't.
It is universal. Give me a definition that would constitute not rape.
Well, that would constitute so the definition that we're applying, that we subjectively describe it as being in this society.
It's the same in every society.
It's not.
It is.
So the way I see it, right, you have like even let's say, right. So here's the thing, right. I would call you on special pleading here, and the reason why I would do that is that you're saying that one moral assignment is objective solely on the principle that maybe, and well, actually, it'd be also not popular, but anyway. Let's say we accept the claim that all women, right, like have denounced grape as being an immoral thing, right? Now, we can do that as a possibility for anything else, like murder, right?
No, you can't. I think
No, hypothetically.
I think that the problem here is that the definition of rape
just to be fair here, I said hypothetically,
every
right?
person experiencing it. It's kind of like
I understand that.
Like,
I understand.
You see it.
I don't want to say can you work with an hypothetical?
There is no hypothetical in which rape is acceptable.
There can be. It's a logical possibility. I can formulate very easily an hypothetical in where murder is overall seen as wrong or as immoral by everyone.
Murder isn't immoral in some is. I've never argued that before, so that's.
I understand that. I am not saying you did. I'm trying to to present to you an hypothetical.
If you're presenting a hypothetical of murder, then it doesn't matter, because that's not my argument.
I understand. Well, no. What I'm saying, right, is you're. First of all, all right. Then I'm gonna play it this way. Can you substantiate the claim that you're making that all women think rape is wrong, with evidence?
It's inherent to the definition,
which is
the forcible sexual conquest of a person against another.
Okay. And can you substantiate that to that definition, all women would agree that it is inherently immoral to perform rape?
That question doesn't make any sense.
Well, abiding to the definition you've proposed, right? So you could have women that would...
Okay, if a woman is experiencing that, she knows that she doesn't want that because it's inherent to the definition.
That's not how it works, right? Definitions
that is how it works.
Okay. Morality, right,
If a woman does not want to experience an act of sexual violence against her, and she's experiencing that act of sexual violence, then it is rape by definition.
That's not that's the standard that we have in this society.
That's in any society ever.
No, because the women in those previous societies did not agree on your definition. It's not my definition. No, it's the definition in this society. But I can guarantee you that we don't have
the definition. It's not the definition in this society. It's always been that definition.
No, it hasn't. Is rape a property crime? Or a bodily crime? Rape is theft. I agree with that.
Is
rape a bodily crime or a property crime?
It is theft against something that has a tangible monetary value.
Is it a property crime or a bodily crime?
It's a bodily crime.
Okay, it was once a property crime.
Right, because people were owned because women were owned by their husbands. That doesn't help you.
But the society did not agree. They agreed that was.
But it was still the forcible taking of something against somebody else's will. It's still immoral.
Earl, you can back map our determinations now back then. But for them then, it wasn't the same.
It was a crime against the man when it was a property crime. It wasn't a crime against the woman.
Right. So the definition was different.
Because they did not care what the woman thought.
Right, but that's what the society is determining. Just because
I don't agree with this society thing that you're proposing.
Then what's the context? Then what are we referencing?
That's my point, is that in all contexts, at any point in time, ever, has never been okay to forcibly take.
There have been societies where a woman has not, where women agree that if the man can get it. Then
if the women are agreeing, then it's not rape.
No, if they can get it with them fighting back, but if they can get it, that they have earned.
That has never been a thing.
Really? You don't think so?
That's never been a thing. No, I don't.
Where the strength of the individual to take what they want, that's never been accepted as a standard.
The wives of Vikings.
Why would the woman think that would be okay?
The wives of Vikings would permit and say it's a good thing that their husbands can go and rape villages and rape women.
It ensures the strength of the bloodline. It ensures that those who are strongest are able to proliferate.
It's not rape. You guys are conflating the definition. If the woman is agreeing to it, it's not rape.
Earl, it's not a conflation. It's just a different definition.
No,
the definition that you have is not a mind stance independent universal. It's not.
I don't agree with your mind stance bullshit. I'm sorry, I just don't.
Mind stance bullshit.
But if the woman is agreeing to it, by definition, it's not rape.
So the terms that we have, okay. The reason we use them is literally to derive the differentiation between this. There is no grounding, mind stance independent grounding for what the term ought be. We subjectively determine what these terms ought be relative to other things. They are subjective. They're mind dependent.
I don't think that this is this case. I think that this is the one case.
Then how do you ground it without referencing another mind?
Because I don't agree with this mind-dependent paradigm thing. That's why.
It's either one or the other. It's either objective or subjective. It's one of the two. It's a true dichotomy.
I don't agree. I've told you this. This is why we don't agree on this. I don't think that any morality can exist outside of a mind.
Right. So by that logic,
differentiating between mind-dependent and mind-independent make no sense.
No, but by that logic, it is necessarily subjective. It's mind dependent. Right.
That's my point. Is that your definition of subjective makes no sense when you're talking about morality?
No.
All right, I give up.
All of it is mind dependent.
The distinction is moral. The moral distinction is mind stance dependent. That's what subjective
all of it is mind stance dependent. That's why I think that differentiating between mind independent and it makes no sense.
Oh,
it's
right.
all
Okay.
mind dependent.
That's why I argue that's why I argue for moral realism is not a thing that exists. And that's why you and I had the discussion previously where we understand that it is objective in reference to something else. But that doesn't
yes, that's
it,
what I've agreed to.
But that
yes,
doesn't make it.
But all morality is like
but
that. So then
right.
differentiating it between two different things doesn't make any sense.
But no. Understand the distinction is it mind independently, stance independently true, or is it subjectively mind stance dependently true? You were arguing for mind stance dependence, which says that it is subjective. By nature, subjective.
That's the thing. All of it, yes, I agree.
Okay, but
all of it is.
Society,
so therefore, trying to differentiating in independence makes no sense.
No, it does. No. Okay, trying to derive it, yeah, that's why people appeal to things like a god, because of the way they define the god. They appeal to things like Platonic forms, okay?
Right.
Things that I don't hold to, things that I don't believe that you hold to. So in that sense, these things aren't necessarily subjective. It just means that they're mind stance dependent, okay? There is no like universality to them. There's no mind stance independence to them. You have to appeal to a mind. Therefore, they are necessarily subjective. It's not saying it's
according to your definition of subjective. Yes,
it's not my definition. That's what the philosophical definitions of these things are. That's how we did. That's how we make.
But in this context, that doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean in this context?
Because all morality has to exist within a mind.
Right. So therefore, it is necessarily subjective. Done.
Right, but you can't have an objective standard.
Right. I mean, no. You mean you can't say that any one particular ought is when any one particular ought or any one particular is, because you can't derive an ought from an is. So therefore,
I don't speak in this philosophical bro stuff.
Well, it's not Phil bro stuff. It's a basic Humean concept, is what it is.
You just said another.
Well, David, when I'm talking about David Hume is who I'm talking about. So
I know who Hume is, but
right. So, but you can't derive an ought from an is. Okay. So by virtue of that, or the Euthyphro dilemma, in that sense. Okay. So I'm not saying it's not a bad thing that it's subjective. It's objective in reference to the society that we live. Yes, I agree with you on that. It is objectively true that it is immoral in reference to the society and the goals set by the society. Agree with you on that. But and
I think that in all societies, at all points in time, by any actor, by any species, it is.
Well, I don't know if like ducks agree with that, or I don't think
that's what I'm saying. Ducks do agree with that because they have evolutionarily formed. The females have had to expend energy to change themselves physically, which costs a lot of energy in order to keep themselves from being raped by male ducks.
And yet
so I would say that's detrimental, and I'd say that would be immoral.
But then the males have also evolved in order to maintain that the species still proliferates. So obviously there's something going on there. The species
against the odds, but
the species is still successful. So obviously, and that ensures that the strongest ones
to keep other inferior male ducks from being able to have their way with their female ducks.
There you go. So in that respect, in a sort of like in a cosmological sense, independent of minds, these things are not objective. That's what it's talking about. What objective is talking about, mind stands independent, which is why it doesn't make any sense to you. Which I agree with. It's like, okay, so like what is being referenced? What is the not a mind that is being referenced to indicate that this is what ought to be?
That's my point, is that there isn't not a mind. So
exactly.
So differentiating between, that's the thing you're not getting. Differentiating between not a mind and a mind makes no sense when you're talking about morality.
We can make the differentiation because we have to understand what subjective is. We have to understand what objective would be. So
right,
that's how
and in my definition, my definition of objective is within all contexts, amongst all people, in all points in time.
Yeah, that would be subjective, correct. In a universal sense, that would be subjective.
That's objective.
Yeah, that would be in a universal sense. Like then that would be subjective, that they are subjectively derived and relativistically applied. The objectivity of them is in virtue of what it's in relation to.
Which are always in minds.
Or in the society in which they exist, whatever constraints that they put upon what it is, or what it ought be, or what it ought be, constituted as. So But yeah, I mean, so we actually do agree. It's just that this is this weird problem with the distinction between mind independence, mind stance independence, and mind stance dependence. Because I'm not
Correct.
a moral realist, and neither are you.
No.
Okay. And there's no problem with saying that these are subjective, but they're objective in the context of the society and the people in the society, because that's what the society is, the collection of people. The collection of people hold that it is this. Therefore, it is objectively true that in the context of the society and the goals they desire, that these ought be bad or considered bad or considered immoral. But in the like the cosmological sense, the cosmos,
Right.
Yeah, these things are bingo. So we are on the same page. We arrived at the same page last time we chatted on it.
Did we?
Yes.
I don't remember.
I remember that. I remember it was a great conversation.
It was a good conversation.
I knew we'd get there. Let me see here. I saw Andrew waving at me. I think Andrew might be a good one. We'll bring Andrew up. Andrew typically is sometimes we close out on Andrew. What do you want, Andrew? Come on up here. Bring it.
Mute. You're muted.
You're muted, buddy.
There we go. Oh, I just had to switch mic devices. Okay, you asked me to bring it, and you know I do.
Oh boy.
Are you buckled and in a safely upright position?
Yes.
My secret lab doesn't have a buckle on it, but I am pretty comfy. So what's up? It's
Yeah,
not
you're
Andrew
about to
Wilson.
pull- you're about
No,
to-
this is
you're-
not
you're
Andrew
about-
Wilson.
You're about
I
to
promise
pull a
you.
James Kirk. Lurch left, lean right. The bridge is about to rock. So let's cut across some
Are
of
you
those.
going to argue for moral realism?
Oh hell no!
Oh, okay.
But I'm about to bust a few other things up.
Oh, what is
So-
that?
So universal. Now the funny thing is, you said universal, but then you restricted your set list to just women. See, apparently morality doesn't exist just within women. So you automatically took that.
I said
bit
women,
of
but
universality.
in the back of my mind, men obviously can be raped. Yes.
Now, here's the second one. Let's go to biblical times. Now, you think that that's universal across women. However, when you take a look at what the views of, let's say, the rest of Moses' crew, how about all the women there? See, those women also believed in the dictates of their God that say that they could also do these sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
So
if
which
they agree
point?
with it, then it's not rape.
So now it's not. No. They agree that it's okay to do it to those other people. So it is okay to do it. The act itself is
It's not okay with the other people. Therefore,
You're only talking about the victims who don't like it. That's like saying it's universal to the people who don't like it. But that's worthless.
It's not worthless, though.
It's not universal. Yeah, universal to the people, to a small group
Sex,
is
it
not a
has to
universal.
involve two people. So if
Well,
one
it's
doesn't want
universal. Every
if one
opinion I
doesn't
have
want
is
it, then by
universal to
definition,
me.
it's rape.
No. Well, the definition of rape is consistent. Now, the question of whether it's acceptable. Now, you're talking about the person to whom it happens.
Yep.
I'm not. I'm talking about the Israelite woman who goes, "Yep, this is the dictate of God."
Mm-hmm.
So to that woman, that act was not wrong.
Correct. It wasn't
So
rape.
not universal to rape, not universal to all women.
Incorrect.
That Israelite woman just said it was acceptable because their God said so.
Yeah, there's a context.
If she accepted it, then it's not
Yep.
rape.
No. You keep talking about the victim, and that's where you're failing horribly. You said it was universal to all women. No, you're talking about in terms
I
of when it
didn't
happens
say it
to
was
them.
universal to all women. That's not what I said. That
Was
isn't
that
at all
not?
what I said. At all. That is not at all.
Which universal was it? Across all
definition.
cultures in all contexts, you said?
Yes, the definition.
Yeah. So the definition is being universal.
Yep.
So, but now the question is the act universally immoral? That was what I thought I heard you say earlier.
The act is, yes.
But not to those Israelites.
If they agreed to it, that's not rape. By definition.
No. See,
yes,
you're talking
by definition. If a woman accepted that was her fate, that's not rape.
No, because
she's agreeing to it. If she's agreeing to it, it's not rape.
You've missed the target. The Israelite is not the victim. No. Pay attention to the victim here. The Israelite woman talking about the
other side's women getting raped.
Uh-huh.
They will say this
I
other
don't care
woman.
what her view
I
is.
know, but there's your universal gone.
But it's
You're only
not,
thinking
though,
about the
because
victim.
rape
You're only
only needs to be not acceptable to the person that's experiencing it.
Well, that's like saying that 100% of the people who don't like anything are universally right. It means
No,
nothing.
that's not
It's
at all what
trivial.
I'm saying. I'm saying by
Oh, it is.
definition, the very definition of the word requires that the person that is experiencing it doesn't want it.
Well,
True.
no. Well, our current.
But you're talking about the evaluation. We're talking about the evaluation of it being wrong.
Our current definition.
Not even. We're missing the scale here. It's a question of who is judging that such an action is wrong. See, when I judge here, I need to fix
always
this here.
the person experiencing it.
No, I can judge a person murdering another person and judge that to be wrong. There you go. I'm doing the judgment. You missed who's doing the judgment here. You think you get to project it only onto the victim. No, when I see one person murder another, I'm making the judgment. Therefore, I can consider murder wrong, or maybe I consider murder. Maybe I consider murder right.
Yeah.
So it's not universal. See, you just want to put it in the eyes of the victim. You don't get to do that.
But that's all who matters.
Oh, there we go. There we go. That is it. We've hit the point here.
But that doesn't make your point.
No, it does. It's down to it's wrong to everybody who agrees that it's wrong. That is the most trivial statement possible.
No, you're trying to say that just because the society at large says that something is okay, makes it okay. I don't think that.
Well, then it's okay just to an individual. But you mentioned a universal, and you said a universal across women, and I gave you women who would be agreeable.
Yes.
Yeah, you said all women agree X, and I
did not say all women agree X. I never said that.
So basically, what are no. So where is that then? What's our universal? That everyone who doesn't want it to happen doesn't want it to happen?
What? No.
You made a universal out there about all women. Was I not hearing the conversation here? All women across all contexts?
I didn't say all women. I never said all women.
So which group across all contexts were you referring to?
The people experiencing it.
Okay.
And the people perpetuating it.
So the people
if the person experiencing it doesn't want it to happen, it's rape. Yep. And rape is wrong. That's true.
Oh wait, what's the wrong? Okay, wrong is in not acceptable to the person who it's happening to.
Correct.
So all you're saying is that people who don't like a thing don't like a thing.
No.
That's what that maths out to. JL, can you confirm? People that don't like a thing don't like a thing. That's all that boils down to.
That is what that breaks down to.
It's
people that don't want a thing don't want a thing. That's understandable.
Yeah, the tautology.
You're not saying anything.
It's not saying anything more than that group of people doesn't like a thing. It's like saying,
it's not about not liking something.
Yep, they consider it wrong. Yeah, I consider if I consider jaywalking wrong, and the next person doesn't. Oh no, we get that. That's still fine. I know, but that's where we're diverting from a question about what we're saying about the larger picture.
Yeah, and trying to ascertain that we can't put one group over the other in trying to determine what the thing is. So when we're trying to describe it, so there is that you keep appealing to the context. That's where we're getting that's what I think we're getting hung up on, is that there is a context, and the context is different for the two separate groups.
Yeah. So, now the contextual difference is that it's not acceptable to the person who didn't want it to happen. It's acceptable to the person who's fine with it happening to you. So there's your context failure. There's the person who's fine with it happening to you.
But just because somebody is fine with it doesn't make that moral.
Well, that's their moral judgment.
Yeah, that's their subjective moral judgment.
Yeah.
Right.
Which can be at cross purposes with your subjective.
Yeah. Not universal.
Right. Which can be at cross purposes with your subjective moral distinction, but that's what we would expect. That's what we anticipate in with moral anti-realism. That these things are subjective and relativistically applied, and why we have a legal system to account for those discrepancies and those outliers.
Yeah, societies will polarize around things that they like and dislike. Right. That's for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Now, just to bridge this into the second domain here, just dropping in side chat, is sexual coercion, including SA, in the animal kingdom. So we wanted to make a universal claim across animals too. This is where things really break down. Where there's a colloquial saying that all lion sex is SA. Now, lions are just notorious for it. There's a whole ton of other species that are too. It's just not universal.
Oh, did we lose her?
Yep. Yep. There was a departure from the stage.
Oh.
Yeah. So I wanted to put this up here going that in the animal kingdom, I'm quite familiar with this being a thing. Now, he mentioned about certain defensive mechanisms being put up and evolutionary pressures. Yeah, sure. That is true as well. If one takes the interpretation of, selection pressures being attributable to the development of those particular things. Sure. I'm okay with that idea as well. It's just not a statement of fact as far as it not occurring per se.
Oh, she just messaged me. Her computer died. The plug got disconnected.
Was that a message using her computer?
Yeah, I think she, I don't know. She messaged me on my live stream. It may have been on her phone. So, but if her computer went down, she was using her comp, then that would explain it. But she probably just popped on her phone. I'm just messaging her back.
Yeah. So just putting it out there is like watching the that list of who gets to count for all members of a group when it becomes all people, when that group size is restricted to those who agree. Like 100% of people who agree with me. Like, okay, it's not a population level thing. It's not a like that level of universal. Is a small population necessarily, or I shouldn't even say small. It's not making the statement they think it makes.
I'll have to check out this article because I mean, coercion among animals, that's odd.
There's a thing, like I said, there's a very common statement about it. All lion sex is grape.
Males generally prefer to maximize the number of offspring. So
it's big. That the number's big.
Huh.
It's argument shattering. Put it that way.
I'll have to take a look.
I said I was going to bust some shit up.
All right. Well, I think this is a good spot. Unfortunately we lost Earl. I don't know if she's gonna be able to get her comp up in time, but I think we've for the sake of it, I think we hammered it to a point. And ultimately I think that Earl and I think we're all on the same page. We understand it. I think it's just the application of it and kind of like there's maybe an issue with the social implication or what it could potentially mean to other people. We obviously don't want to devalue victims. And we don't want to glorify perpetrators. We definitely do not want to do that.
Nope.
So, but understanding how we derive these things is really, really important. Earl, you can come back up, but if it's, I mean, this seems like a point where we got 7 minutes till 2:00. I have no other hands up, so no other theists to talk to. So I think we're in a spot. I think we're in a good spot right here. So my dog is howling. I don't know why. So, but yeah, I think this is a good spot. Thank you, Zen. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Last note to Zen over there. Mission accomplished. Told you. Nuked the field in every way imaginable.
Only way to be sure.
Damn straight. Game over, man. Game over.
All right, but I appreciate it, Andrew. I think we'll close out here. I think it was a good opportunity. I'm sorry we kind of lost Earl there towards the end. I know computer problems happen, but as always, I do this every third Sunday of the month. Every third Sunday, so please join us for the Stage of Reason. We had a lot of people here in the beginning, got some new conversations, had some good stuff too. I may actually clip the one that I had with Mama Christian and put it on my channel. I probably should start doing that because we had some good combo there. But this was a lot of fun. So thank you, Andrew, for coming up, being the last person here, like closing out with you and your closing thoughts. And as always, I am JL. My channel on YouTube is Bridge the Divide at JL Warren. Feel free to pop over there, check out my content if you like it, subscribe, like, dislike, do all the interaction stuff, and keep me going in the algorithm so I can keep doing stuff like this. And I don't have to go work on HVACs for a living, because as good as I am at it, it's backbreaking work and it sucks. But this was a lot of fun. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. Thank you. I Killed Earl. You rock. Thank you for bringing the discourse. I always appreciate that. And we will see everybody in October 19th will be the next show, if I do not do an earlier show. So thank you again.
Awesome times.
All right, boss. Y'all have a great one. Be safe. Be excellent to each other. We'll see you on the next one.
Indeed.
All right. Righty. We'll remove that. Fantastic. Thank you, Earl. I appreciate it. Sorry we had computer problems. I know that they happen. But you rock. Thanks for coming up and having fun with us. And like I said, we're going to do it again on October 19th. So lots of awesomeness, lots of craziness, and some good conversations. I think we had some good stuff, some good times. So I appreciate everybody hanging out. If I didn't get to say hi to you in the chat, I apologize. I want to thank you all for the milestone chats. I love those to see how long people have been supporting the channel. And I love, of course, any of the super chats that come through or anything of that nature. I appreciate all of that support because I couldn't do this without your support. If you want, I do have merch. You can check out my merchandise channel, over on Foursquare, I think is that. Where is it at? Fourth Wall is where I moved it. I moved it from Teespring to Fourth Wall because Fourth Wall has just had better delivery history. So I appreciate everybody, and of course, thank you all for being here because you hanging out with me is just the best. Is just the awesomest. All right. So if I do go, obviously, if you're subscribed to the channel, you get notifications as to when I go live. I'm still trying to posit doing these more often, going live and doing more live streams. I probably should. So we can have these conversations, but you'll definitely see me here again for the Stage of Reason on October 19th. So I'll have that scheduled. And I Killed Earl, I will tag you in the title of this so people know that you were a part of it. They can go and check out your channel and check out all your cool stuff. So I appreciate that. So thank you, everybody. You rock. You all rule. This has been amazing. So thank you all of my channel members. You rule. Thank you to everybody who hung out with me for the whole thing. This is a blast. We're right here at the 4.5 hour mark, which is a good place to call it. Stage of Reason. As always, I'm JL. This has been Bridge the Divide. Be safe. Be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide. We'll see y'all.